And there we go. We're officially go for Friday night party night. Pour myself a drink. Clarified goth martini. My own creation. I love the noise ice makes when it cracks. Shieldsy, how you going, mate? Just getting some things sorted. And Nobody and Megaleech. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I am just quickly checking something, if you all bear with me. Okay, no, that's redonkulous. Sorry, YouTube's being a bit of a thing to me. Bit of a thing. Sailor Bee. Oh, Luke, don't encourage him. It's the same little fuckwit. Let me see. This is okay. Why is YouTube doing this shit to me? Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. What's that? Sorry, I'm just looking at something on YouTube. Okay. This is really weird. What? Okay, YouTube's just been super fucking weird to me. Okay. Fucking yeah. Good evening, Raiders. Oh, yes, Megaleech, and we all know whose soccer account. It's just, it's fucking sad. What it comes down to is it's fucking sad. Yummy. Yeah. It's just certain sad little fuckers need to get a life, and yet it seems like they are not going to get a life without a little bit of encouragement. Right, I think I just worked something out. Right, so if I do that, finally. Sorry, YouTube was just being so fucking weird. Okay, I can find YouTube. Good on you. Is his mother still in the prison near his house? Probably. Very probably. It's always this. I don't know about anyone else, but to me, like not particularly bright people who don't try and act smart, I'm fine with. But really stupid people who are convinced they're really smart and yet will repeatedly show you how fucking stupid they are, that's really disturbing to me. And hello, Luke, by the way. It's, know your limitations. It's just like it. I just get flashes of Baldric from Blackadder going, this sad fuck sitting there. I have a cunning plan, and it's just like you don't. You really, really don't. So no, we're thinking about stupid people, too stupid to be able to know that. No, actually, I think a lot of people who aren't real bright are quite conscious of their limitations. There's this particular mindset of people who are really fucking stupid and really fucking arrogant. And also, I think it's worth pointing out as a corollary, there's a trap some talented or intelligent people fall into because they do very well at their chosen field or the chosen area of expertise, and potentially they have multiple areas of expertise and they're very good in those things. They fall into the trap of thinking they're good at everything all the time, and they approach stuff about which they are quite ignorant with the same degree of confidence that they approach their core area of expertise. And that's always disturbing to see that. Yes, no, but they're all the flavors. There's not all that bright, and there's the ultra thick with extra helpings of stupid. It's what's worse than, not being intelligent is being fucking arrogant. And there's a bunch of people who don't like me whose brain would just break to hear me say that, because they're sure that's my major problem. And it's like, yeah, what you sad fucks don't get is I'm acting most of the time. Oh my god, was there a UFO video too, Raiders? That's a bit fucking sad. Yes, Shields, you have them on the island. These people are everywhere. Like I said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which is the most dangerous. A stupid person who really arrogantly thinks they know everything and thinks they're really clever, or a smart person who goes outside their area of expertise and thinks they're just as correct in an area where they are quite ignorant. I'm not sure who does the most damage, because they both do a lot of damage in their own ways. And while I am, while I definitely have tendencies to be arrogant, particularly with people I don't fucking like, I try to be very conscious of my own limitations and admit when something is a thing I'm not an expert on. Chris, g'day. How you doing, mate? Remember, you do your acting stupid skills when you get phone scammers. It's amazing how long you can keep those guys on the phone before they realize they've been played. That is a beautiful tradition. That is a beautiful and long tradition. There was there's a name for it. One of the Greek philosophers, Aristotle, maybe, was renowned for doing it, and it's called Aristotelian logic, irony. I think it's a sort of irony. Right. Okay. No, it's a type of irony. So I'm gonna look it up. Types of irony. Different types of irony. Fuck off with your pop-ups. Oh no, that's dramatic irony, comic irony, situational irony, verbal irony. No, that's not the thing. Dramatic irony, situational irony, cosmic irony, comic irony, romantic irony, Socratic. Yeah. Socratic irony. AKA playing dumb. Sorry, there was a whole bunch of research for me. G'day, Big Pat. G'day, Annette. Socratic irony is what you were saying. Nobody. It's playing dumb. It's when you're sure the other person is wrong and they're incredibly arrogant about the right. You just tell them to keep it coming. Like, really? Explain to me about, and it's basically give them enough rope and I think. So Chris, been down in San Francisco. Nice. I like San Francisco. Oh, Raiders, who's the street artist who moved to San Fran? Yes, nobody intentionally misunderstand the instructions and hear him get uptight. Oh, that's just taking the piss, which I love and I'm a fan of. Taking the piss is a big positive. But yes, Socratic irony. You pretend that you're the stupid one to confuse your adversaries. Socrates would pretend to be ignorant, draw out the inherent nonsense of the argument from his opponents. So it's the thing where you're sure the other person's wrong and you're sure you know more about the topic than them. You pretend that you know less and you go, really, explain that to me. You know, I don't understand. Explain. And basically you give them enough rope and they hang himself. Oh, this is fun. A modern example of Socratic irony is from the American crime show Columbo. The character Lieutenant Columbo often seems naive and incompetent, and his untidy appearance makes him look incompetent. And the bad guys often underestimate him, let down their guard because they feel confident around him and give themselves away. And hello, Inner Deviant on Twitch. How you doing? Deb, I thought that's who you're referring to. Yes. Yes. There was so much of Deb's work all over Melbourne. And Adam, hello. Nice. Luke got potato wedges from an air fryer. Quality snacking there, Luke. I like it. So, yes. Oh, man. The focus just went really fucking whack, didn't it? But now it's back, I think. This fucking webcam, honestly. Webcams annoy me. Why can't they be perfect? They're virtually magic. But anyway, I digress. So, yes, I wish I had potato wedges from an air fryer, actually. What have I had today? I've been doing the meal replacement thing. So I've done 2 of the shakes and 1 of the bars. And because vegetables don't count, you can just eat vegetables. Mrs. Angry makes this super yummy thing that's mashed cauliflower. It's like mashed potato, but it's made from cauliflower. And it actually tastes better than mashed potato, which I thought I'd never say, but it does. And then with this mushroom onion gravy thing. So it's kind of like, like KFC potato and gravy, except much healthier and much better. Adam, I am doing well. How are you doing? She goes, what's the biggest lie on the island? They're going to drill for oil in the bay. People saw a pontoon barge with a drill on its deck. What was it actually doing? Because I know those things float around. Oh, yeah, Chris, I'm sure you have been looking for the perfect camera. Actually, not perfect camera, but expensive cameras. I note on the slow-mo guys on YouTube this week, Gav had a new Phantom that's like the fastest Phantom. Does incredible frame rates, like 800,000 frames a second. Wild, absolutely. Savannah on Facebook, you want the recipe? It's pretty simple. You boil, well, actually, I think Mrs. Angry microwave steams the cauliflower. There's I'm not sure it adds anything to it. So you boil the cauliflower. Mrs. Angry, I think, steam microwaves it, and then gets out and puts it in a tea towel and squeezes all the water, and it's like 50% water. So you squeeze a lot of water out, and it's also really hot, so that's a bit dangerous. And then when all the water's squeezed out, then she, with the hand blender, purees it. I think she adds a bit of oil to it, and that's it for the cauliflower, I think. And the other bit is a little bit involved. She just chopped up mushroom and onion, and I think she uses some miso soup and some barbecue sauce and whatnot. And Raiders, you saw the. Sorry, I'm now that's basically the recipe. But yeah, Raiders, you saw the breaking glass vid. That was wild. It was just how fast tempered glass breaks. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The tempered glass breaks, like shatters, in about 1,000th of a second. It is absolutely surreal. Okay, I hope you followed that, Savannah. But yeah, and we're being good. So like, when I make mashed potato, it's good because I add shit tons of butter and I put milk in it as well. If I'm feeling really decadent, I'll put cheese in it. This cauliflower, with basically, you just boil it, squeeze all the water out of it, and then puree it. And I think Mrs. Angry adds a little bit of, say, olive oil to it. So that's like basically mashed cauliflower with virtually nothing added is better than mashed potato with nothing added. I think one day I want to get decadent with the mashed cauliflower and add butter and milk, and I reckon that'd fucking go. But I'm trying to lose weight at the moment, so I'm trying to be good. All the butter would be bad. Nobody, when you got a webcam, went for a cheap one. Result speaks for itself. Yeah, there's a whole spectrum of webcams, definitely. Thanks, Shieldsy. I knew there was a real reason. The thing with the drill was for installing pylons for pontoon moorings. Yep, that's it. Shieldsy, you're on your fish for your hips. Now, I know you mean for the bone and the joint in your hips, but I just imagine you're going on a fish diet because you want these slim, girlish hips. That's what I want. That's what I'm doing. Wrestling Days, Big Pat, how you doing, big guy? What's happening? What's happening in your neck of the woods, buddy? Let's talk diets. Yeah, I'm just rocking the Optifast, and I tell you what, the Optifarts are a real thing. Oh man, speaking of up that part of the world, Rob, what are you doing, mate? How's it going? Rob and Wrestling Days, aka Big Pat, are two absolute legends who live up in the country and come down for meetups sometimes, and we always have the best time. So much fun. So yeah, Robert Clough and Wrestling Days, both legends. We haven't caught up for a little while, but and COVID and all that. Raiders, you think the seafood diet, Shieldsy, seafood needed. Safa, actually, Big Pat and Rob live not exactly where you are, but up your neck of the woods. Oh yeah, Luke. We'll definitely do Angry Bunch. I mean, it's Friday night. Friday night is party night. So we'll do that. Having my warm-up drink. Robert. Oh, Adam's with you and Pat. Nice. The gang's all there. Nice. Oh, okay. So Adam, Rob, and Big Pat are all together. Fucking yeah. Party at your end, man. Oh, Safa, yes, I did see. Safa shared earlier with me the drinks he's got lined up for tonight. Extremely well supplied, I'm just going to say. Beers, and I think there was like a rum mixer. It was rum and Coke premix or something. So Safa is fucking set for tonight. I mean, I am too. Just have to mix mine. And I'm going to do this. I think I showed this the other night. This is the bubblegum vodka young Mr. Angry made. So I'm going to make the cocktail he's come up with, the Princess Bubblegum. Oh, Safa, you're taking that on the bus for footy tomorrow. Nice. Nice. And on the way back, going to Whitfield King Valley. Excellent. Yes, Pat, my cat's good. Both my cats are good. They're probably sleeping somewhere warm. In fact, Mrs. Angry is next door playing video games, and Mimsy, the ginger cat, is probably sitting next to her really happily. She likes doing that. Shadow is probably sleeping on our bed because she likes to do that like most of the day. And then catch up. I'm trying to think, because I'm going to do some cocktail videos. Do I want one more warm-up drink so I'm fucking well on my way when I'm actually doing the cocktail videos? I have to actually make a final decision on what I'm going to do. Abigail, good evening to you. Oh, and for those who missed it, and I feel like maybe I should even share it on the stream. Or no, you should go to the Angry Cocktails channel. If you're not already subscribed, you should go to Angry Cocktails on YouTube and subscribe. The video I shot with Abigail last Friday night where we make a goth martini because tomorrow is goth day. So it's gone live tonight in anticipation of goth day. You should go and check it out. Quite happy with how that video turned out. And Abigail and I both enjoyed the goth teeny. Thanks, Shieldsy, my good angel. Won't drink too fast. What are we? Oh, God, I'm half an hour in and I'm not even drunk. It's fucking good. The fact that I'm not drunk half an hour in is, a bit stuff. What did I have for dinner, mate? I'm still doing my meal replacements. I had shake. My new blender, man. I got to... It's so much better, so more effective than I thought it was going to be. Because I was in a Big W getting something else and had this big shelf of stuff, on sale half price. And it was a little blender, $14.50. I thought, okay, even if it's absolutely fucked, $14.50 is, I can live with that even if the blender doesn't work. But it works really, really fucking well. It's really good for the shakes I do for the meal replacement. But it absolutely pulverizes ice. So I've got to do a frozen slushy cocktail, like a fucking frozen daiquiri or pina colada or something. Big Pat, next YouTube meetup, nothing organized, Barty. Yeah, I think so, Zafa, but it's just like all caps. I think it's okay. If you are a sad fuck who doesn't have a life of your own and is desperately trying to validate your existence by somehow latching on to me, you just need to, for your own good. I mean, this is not about me. For your own good, you need to fuck the fuck off and get a life, because it's not good for you. Obsessing about another person who literally doesn't know you exist, doesn't know anything about you, doesn't want to know anything about you. You just need to get a fucking life. And if you're going to be sad as fuck for your own fucking good, you're going to be gone. So, yeah. Shieldsy, maybe you have... Shieldsy, I think you might have a magic fuckwit filter. And you're automatically filtering fuckwits out from your feed, which would just be great. That would be a great thing to have. Ray, does he think he's going to bring up UFOs again? There was actually, from the extremely early days of YouTube, like possibly my first year of being on YouTube. So it's like, in the second year of YouTube's existence, there was a video that got shit tons of views and was on the front page. Someone's going like, oh my God, I saw this UFO from a window. And it was this out of focus thing, but it was of a glowing orb and it was moving it was moving like behind buildings, like would have been really difficult to do. And everyone's just going fake and coming up with theories of how it's fake. And the person kept saying, I don't know how to fake that. And then a couple of days later, they posted the reveal video. It was like a Goodyear blimp, and they just shot it super out of focus, so you couldn't see any detail. All you could see was a blurry, glowing orb in the sky, and that got huge views in the early days. Yeah, we didn't have 2 trolls. We only had 1. It's the same fucking loser who is sadly, pathetically obsessed with me and wastes precious minutes of their life setting up accounts just to come in here. Yes, a troll in the dungeon, Abigail. Absolutely. Yeah, Shieldsy, the sad fuck will just do it again. And it's just like, okay. Sorry, that was just water. And I inhaled a bit when I was drinking it and got a bit of water down my throat. Safa, I'm absolutely sure it's the same sad fuck. That's what I was going to do. Low ABV cocktails. Imbibe Magazine, Liquor.com, Punch Drink, Cocktail Party. That's one I don't know. I want to look at a new site. What are their low ABV? A Scented Stretch. That's a bit weird. A Bamboo. That's a classic. What's in a Bamboo? Sherry, vermouth, simple syrup. That's a really common one. Just doing sherry and vermouth, because they're only about 15% alcohol or even less, depending on the make. So that's a really common thing. This comes back to, okay, Tuesday is Towel Day, recognizing Douglas Adams and the Genius of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is a very influential book in my youth. Came out over 40 years ago, incidentally, just to make you and I feel same as today is the anniversary of the global premiere of The Empire Strikes Back 41 years ago. Jesus, way to make me feel old. Yeah. Oh, geez. What was interesting, though, because I saw that someone called it Talk Like Yoda Day because it was the first appearance of Yoda. And they said it was today, 21st of May. And so I did the Google search, Return of the Jedi premiere date, and it kept coming up saying it was August. So why is this person saying it's May when Wikipedia says, oh, because Wikipedia knows I'm in Australia, and the Australian debut was months after the North American debut. It debuted in North America on the 21st of May, and it was basically 3 months later. That was normal back in the day. Blockbusters took months to get here because there was no internet. I mean, yeah, okay, there was news media who could spoil stories for you, but we took so fucking long to get things back in the 70s and 80s. Big Pat, I rarely see Damie Lou in person. Occasionally interact with her on social media. Safa, geez, see, you're just going to make me feel old if I talk about how old I was when Empire came out. I was about 14. I was fucking obsessed with Star Wars growing up, and had whole scrapbooks where I'd collect every article that was in any newspaper or magazine I could get, and I'd just stick them all in the scrapbooks. And I had the Star Wars trading cards. I was so fucking obsessed. Okay, see, Safa, Phantom Menace to you is original Star Wars to me. We were about the same age. So I was about the same age when Star Wars came out as you were when Phantom Menace came out. So, and and someone was 7 when The Force Awakens comes out as well. Someone was 7 when The Mandalorian came out. Shieldsy, I'm an absolute fucking geek. Abso-fucking-lutely. So I think we've had this conversation, Abigail, that you like the prequels. I liked the combat scenes in the prequels, and I disliked the acting and script and dialogue. The dialogue was terrible in the prequels. Shit that made no sense. Oh, nice, Safa. After you saw the prequels first, then you got the originals on VHS, and Empire freaked you out. Empire's a pretty intense movie. Empire, it's most commonly cited as people's favorite of the entire Star Wars oeuvre. It's the one that is actually a long way out in front. Abigail, you like the politics and character arcs. You didn't like the combat. We are very different people. We are very different people. Oh, Luke, so many things are today, dude. What is today declared the National Day of? I'm going to tell you. Things that today and it's always Americans who do this, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Okay. American Red Cross Founders Day, Wait Staff Day, Strawberries and Cream Day, Memo Day, Endangered Species Day, Defense Transportation Day, Pizza Party Day. I can get behind that. Bike to Work Day. Well, that was easy because that's just from my bedroom to here. That's my journey to work today. And NASCAR Day. Holy shit, tomorrow is International Being You Day. And Craft Distillery Day. I can fucking get behind that. I love craft distilleries, independent distilleries. So much stuff over there from international distillery. International craft distilleries. Also, tomorrow's World Paloma Day, which is another drink. It is a tequila drink. So many days every day. Nice, Megaleech. You had pizza for dinner, on point for Pizza Party Day. Abigail, some of the best episodes of Star Trek take place in a single room or set, involve no combat at all. More Star Wars like is the better. Agree to disagree. Oh, yes. Chris, I heard they showed off the Ford electric F-150 today. Big fucking pickup truck EV. Shields, do you like the Clone Wars animation? Have you checked out The Bad Batch yet? I think I watched the first 2 episodes so far. There's probably a couple more. I've watched the first 2 or 3 episodes, and there's probably a few more available that I haven't watched yet. Bad Batch is okay. I'm not mad into it, but it's okay. Yeah, okay, no spoilers. But Bad Batch is okay. Yeah, that's Abigail. It's very magnanimous that you'll allow me to be wrong. That's very kind. You talk about your favorite Star Trek episodes. My favorite Star Trek are also arguably the stupidest ones. Because my favorite Star Trek episodes have the Borg or the alternate evil universe. Noog, hello, by the way. And why they're my favorites is they're just cool, but also why they're the stupidest. Like conceptually, the Borg are stupid as fuck. The thing that bugs me the most about the Borg is you get like Federation people always going on Borg cubes and he goes, oh, they won't attack us unless they see us as a threat, like unless we attack them. And it's like, fuck off. Anyone who's not Borg is intrinsically a threat to the Borg. The idea that the Borg just stand around and that's stupid as fuck. And also the way Borg adapt to energy weapons. So anyone in conflict with the Borg should have projectile weapons. How the fuck are you going to adapt to having a hole pumped through you with a fucking shotgun? You're not. You're absolutely not. So while the Borg are one of my favorite adversaries in Star Trek, also if you think about it too much, they're dumb as fuck. And again, the evil universe, alternate universe stuff is some of my favorite stuff on Star Trek. But if you think about it for a few seconds, it's like, wait, when they go to the evil alternate universe, which is a different timeline, all the same characters exist there. That makes no sense at all, because it's like, oh, it was all this really, 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 really different timeline, and yet the same people exist there. That doesn't make any sense at all. The people in the evil universe should be totally different. And also because they regularly kill characters in the alternate timelines. Like, right, so no one in the alternate timeline got killed right up till the point you got there. If you think about it at all, it's really fucking stupid. But I prefer to not do that and just enjoy, because I love the alternate evil universe stories. I think they're fucking great. I really enjoy them. And again, I really enjoy Borg storylines, but a bunch of the plot elements in Borg storylines are stupid as fuck if you think about them for just a few seconds. But I don't think about it. I just enjoy it because it's good. Abigail, you're saying Starfleet did make a projectile weapon to fight the Borg, but abandoned it for cyclic frequency energy weapons. So, well, you know more about it than me. Good. See, I love those what ifs, Nug. How well would the Borg do against other robotic sci-fi villains like the Cybermen, the Cylons, or the Terminators? Of all those Cylons, modern remake Cylons are my favorite because they're actually subtle and not black and white and have motivations and whatnot. Cylons are my favorite. I haven't played Mass Effect, so I don't know what it is. Yeah, Chris, you were similar. I love that broadcast the Borg do, and we're the Borg. It's like, lower your shields. That is, I love that broadcast the Borg do, saying like, we will assimilate you and combine you into it. I just love, I don't know it that well, but Safa, I'm aware of Mass Effect. I know it exists. I haven't played it though. Yeah, it's good. So it's Friday night, party night. Who's in the mood to join? Because what I think is I'll get Angry Bunch started, and then I can make some cocktails without being too divisive. I like that, Abigail. They had to dumb down the Borg, otherwise it'd been a really short show when the Borg just assimilate everyone. It's kind of like that Doctor Who episode that Neil Gaiman wrote about the Cybermen, which a lot of people malign, called Nightmare in Silver. And I never quite understood why people hated it. But he just took it like, what if Cybermen kept upgrading? That would be fucking terrifying. Because if Cybermen followed Moore's law, that would be fucking terrifying. So in Nightmare in Silver, the Cybermats, the little drones that infected people and started cybering them, were these tiny things that would get you. And the Cybermen Advanced Point, they could move basically faster than you could see. And when you find out there'd been all these conflicts with the Cybermen, and the Cybermen were so fast to adapt, war with the Cybermen had become to the point, if you don't stop them immediately, an annihilation weapon was deployed that would wipe out an entire solar system. Because if you couldn't stop, if the Cybermen invaded a populated planet, if you couldn't stop them immediately, all was lost. So you would basically nuke the entire solar system, because it was in it. Yes, and you wiped out a whole planet full of people. But if you weren't able to stop the Cybermen immediately, it was inevitable that entire population was going to be upgraded by the Cybermen. So they were lost anyway. So it was this really brutal response to just this. It's a big thing. Why would the Cybermen stop upgrading? That's basically what Neil Gaiman explored in Nightmare in Silver. It's just like, if Cybermen followed Moore's law, that would be fucking terrifying, because they would improve at such a rate that organic life forms wouldn't stand a fucking chance. But it's very difficult from a story point of view to do that. So if you like the Doomsday Cybermen versus Dalek, yeah. Safa, would you get copyright strike if I had Eurovision in the background? Probably yes. Content match is fucking full on. Anyway, so I was inviting people, wasn't I? So there's the link. I don't know. It's pretty early. It's like 45 minutes in. But I just thought, hey, it's Friday. Who wants to join in and angry bunchify things? That's the link. So a bamboo, sherry and vermouth. Yeah, okay. Bitter spritz, a black cup, a black forest. What's a black? I like, it's like goodies. Maybe one day you'll take a walk in the Black Forest. It's coffee, herbal liqueur, maraschino. Okay, fuck off, coffee. So for Lithuania's on there. Shieldsy, how you doing, buddy?
Much better.
Good. Nice to hear, man. Nice to hear. I had my minor medical adventures this week with getting the vaccine.
Oh, fun.
Getting my sleep test results.
Ooh.
And here's nobody as well. How's it going, buddy?
And here's somebody.
Yeah?
That's nobody.
Yes.
Not somebody.
It's somebody. I see somebody.
I just realized this is very sorry, although I get confused. Nobody, you're in Queensland, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
So we're suddenly 2/3 Queensland. So that was it. There you go. Yeah. Yes, Raiders, you can tell your UFO sting hit a nerve because the fucking loser, when he made up another account, just came in talking about UFOs because we were mocking what a dumb little fuck he is. But I refuse to even acknowledge he fucking exists. He's just pathetic.
It's pretty sad.
It's
pretty
sad. It's fucking sad.
I'm on a disability pension, and I don't have time for that kind of fucking stupidity.
It is. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. Oh, Abigail, you don't have to be ready quite yet. I'm going to be here, all night as the usual thing for Friday.
Yeah, these after parties have been known to keep going till fucking sunrise when it gets to that. And that's not for several hours.
So, sorry, just noticed SAFA declaring Victorians have to go for the Maroons in state of origin. But you just think just because we hate New South Wales.
Yes, sports. Despite my best efforts regarding sports, I still can't manage to give a fuck.
Yeah, it's not for everyone. So, like, again, Melbourne, the AFL is basically a religion here, and just not interested. It's just, and it's cool, people want to do it. It's their thing. They want to get really into it. It's like, cool.
There's people in my street who are clearly into the sports because I can hear them from my house.
Oh God, yeah,
How Denoy and Victorian steal their AFL grand final?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, we did that last year.
Yeah, that's
what you do, isn't it?
You're going to get worked up.
That's all right. WA's doing it to us with the Bay State of Origin. They're not even in the State of Origin full stop.
Yeah.
And they're getting a match. I think it's next year.
Yeah, but that would just be a promotional thing. They think they can get an audience there. Oh God, I stuck this thing on the cap in here now. Okay, it's there permanently now. That's a big thing of bubblegum. This is the bubblegum vodka my lad made. And that was actually vodka on this, which is actually like a pre-packaged bubblegum vodka from Germany. Apparently this brand, Feigling, makes a whole bunch of flavored things that have a vodka base. And that was the bubblegum flavored one. And it had this stopper on the top, that looks like a big piece of bubble gum. I said, it'd be fun to stick it on here. Hey, it worked. And I thought, I wonder if I can get it off. Like, nope, it's part of the stopper now. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine. Saf wants to know who's better in cocktails, me or young Mr. Angry. He actually did a hospitality and bar course, so he knows the basics of cocktail making. But he has simpler drink tastes than me. God. So he's not that way.
Every time you talk about your kids, you make me feel old. I remember when they were young.
Yeah, well, the last time they were on the channel, they were under 10 years old, and now they're adults. So
Shieldsy, I feel your pain.
Yeah.
Because I remember I remember the day that neighbours moved in to a place, the backyard connected up to the backyard of Mum's place, and I lived there, of course. And I remember these little kids, their family moved in, still running around in nappies. Yeah. One has kids, the other's married.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you tend to freeze people in time in your mind, and then you get a reminder and you're like, no, that's not right.
Yeah. I was describing a situation to somebody that I know from the church, and it involved a particular road setup that's since been changed significantly. And I was saying, when it was like this, and they're going, what? And I'm going, oh yeah, that was over 20 years ago. It's before you were fucking born. Oh shit.
Oh God, I was going down.
No, they're not teenagers; they're in their 20s.
I was going down Memory Road Lane the other day. I was thinking about the Gold Coast back when Movie World first opened up. I remember you used to have to travel down a single two-way highway all the way through to the Gold Coast, and it was bumper to bumper traffic in each direction. And oh my God, I go, that was only in the early 90s.
God.
Could I make the mic any bigger? Luke asks.
No, it's a
Well, maybe.
I think he's talking about the pop filter.
yeah. I always
Yeah,
like
it
that.
is
I like the pop filter though, just as an aesthetic. I like it. Who remembers?
I've got mine down here, but I put it far away.
Who remembers Chocolate Rain? One of the early.
Oh
YouTube
God!
He did that.
Now
funny
that's
thing-
making us old.
I know.
Oh my God!
He did the funny thing because he didn't have a pop filter, and obviously when he was practicing,
Breathe.
taking his breath was picked up by the microphone. So he does this weird thing like Tay Zonde with that soup. He's this skinny little black dude with this super diesel chocolate rain. And then he'd go over here.
Move away from the microphone
He's
to breathe.
taking a breath, so the microphone didn't pick him up taking a breath. And he'd go, here's another line from the song. And then he'd go over here.
That dude has a pretty good voice, doesn't he?
Oh, it was an
I know who you're
amazing
talking
voice.
about.
Amazing
He's
baritone.
amazing voice.
Yeah.
And he was only young too when he did that.
Very
Oh,
young.
he was like
Yeah.
early 20s.
Yeah,
he
he
young.
was like, but he had a really, really deep voice. It's just
Yeah.
unnatural for a young person that age.
Yeah, and also he's fairly slight build. He's like often you think baritones are big guys. They've got this big chest for it to all resonate in, and he was a fairly slightly built guy. It was a very unusual voice.
Now, I use this mic occasionally for some amateur productions. I did a fake commercial. You couldn't air it. See if you can pick up why you couldn't air it. Like many, I'm sure you're tired of being single. Why not visit tiredofwankingalone.com? You'll get your quality hookup often within the first 2 weeks, provided you're not a total dickhole. Tiredofwankingalone.com. Your number one dating service.
Oh
I
God!
like it. I like it.
I put a little backing track to it and everything.
Oh my Lord!
Nice. We're talking about not letting things go. Abigail's still complaining about Museum Station being changed to Melbourne Central Station 25 years ago. It's like- yeah, some things. I'm not over fucking Spencer Street being changed to Southern Cross. That was.
Oh, it's all right. Vulture Street Station was changed to South Bank Station.
Right. Yeah. See, what are they thinking when they
And
do
Fortitude Valley was originally was it Brunswick Street in
that?
the city here. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just when they change things. It's like, damn you! Why are you changing things? It's kind of
I laugh at people when they come into the city and like they go, "Oh, I'm looking for Brunswick Street Station. Where do I go?" And you go, "Oh, just go down to Fortitude Valley Station now." And they go, "Huh?"
oh, you want to go there? You want to go back 20 years because
I think one thing that has remained the same. You probably don't want to go there late at night if you can help it. It doesn't have the best reputation.
Oh, you're talking about Fortitude? Yeah. No, don't
Yeah,
want to go there.
Valley,
No,
yeah,
no.
Don't go to the valley at night.
No.
Not without a stab vest.
Oh! I got a good story of the Fortitude Valley.
All right, let's hear it.
Back in I'm trying to think. It would have been 2000. I got a job down in New Farm doing trolley pushing at Coles there. And I used to live way out in the outer suburbs of Forest Lake. And I had to catch the bus in and then get the bus up. One day I decided, I'll just walk to work. I'm so early. Walking up through the valley, prostitute bailed me up.
bailed you up.
Give you a blowjob, you give me some cigarettes. No joke. No joke.
What you know, that's an offer.
That was Fortitude Valley in early 2000. And this was early morning too. Oh my Lord. This is like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Where you'd expect it slightly more. I remember going to a strip club in King's Cross like 30 years ago with some friends, and just lads who hadn't been there wanted to go to a strip club in the Cross. We're sitting there watching a strip show, and this girl sort of leans over, and my mate's next to me, and this girl walking out leans over his shoulder and says, "Do you want to go upstairs?" And he was not being a dick or nothing. He just went, "Why?" It's like he didn't know what she was saying. And he's going, "Why?" And she looked at him funny and he goes, "Is there another show upstairs?" And she goes like, "I'll give you a show, honey." And he's like, and he pauses for a second and then he goes, "Oh, you're sorry."
Slow there.
No, sorry. I've got it now. I've got it now. And he's going, no, thank you. Very kind offer. And but it genuinely didn't register. This girl's going, "Do you want to go upstairs?" And he's like, "Why? What's upstairs? Is there another show?" And just look on his face when it twigged. It was just hilarious. He just goes, right.
I'd do that. I'd do that just to piss them off. That deliberately do that. Oh, what's there? I'd play all innocent and dumb just to perplex them.
Yeah, I mean, I know a guy did one because he had one of the girls going, "You want a date?" And he's going, "What? You gonna tell me where you live and I'll come there next Saturday? Bring flowers, say hello to your mum and dad? Is that what we're talking about?" I'm confused. Oh, it is. Now, Raiders just want to know, so how many cigarettes did you have?
I don't know. I walked on. Pause.
Yeah.
Oh, you never know where that mouth has been.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, saying with my mate. Must have been kicking himself. My mate did feel quite stupid because we all heard it. When because we were sitting there and she says, "You want to go upstairs?" And he said, "Why?" And we saw him and we were like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And it was funny, but he had to live it down for a while. It's just like
that'll take some living down.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's good on you, bud. That's class work right there. But also because there was a period I had a friend who worked at was the bottle shop in King's Cross. There was one bottle shop in King's Cross, and my mate worked there like Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. So colourful, I tell you what. And he was going out with a waitress from one of the strip clubs. And it's interesting, you find out there's this hierarchy of and most of the clubs had really strict delineation between drink staff, the strippers, and the full service working girls who were in there. And there was hardly any crossover between the three, where you get buffhead bogans in there who assume it's all is one. Like, to the drink staff going, "When are you getting on stage, gorgeous?" And like, that's not my job. This is my job. But it was, it was a real opener. My favorite was when I don't know if anyone watched the Underbelly series that was set in King's Cross, and it was, there was called The King of King's Cross or something, the guy who rose up to power. And it started when he was young. One night I was with my mate at the bottle shop, and he said, like, "Don't do anything too obvious, but that guy, see the guy outside like the shop there talking to everyone, big guy in the suit?" And I went, "Yeah." He goes, "He's the guy, okay? He's coming down the street because he's saying hello to everyone in every business down the street because they all owe him, like literally, they all pay him protection. And he owns this whole street." It's like, so it's like, you're saying he's not a bad guy, but if you bump into him on the street, your apology had better be good. Either that or your will had better be in order. Because if you're a drunk idiot who runs into him and instead of apologizing, tries to make something of it. He's not going to do anything. But these other guys who are walking a couple meters behind, they're going to lead you down a dark alley, and it's not going to end well. And it's just like, oi. So yeah, it was fun.
You will go from a drunk to an ex-person.
Yeah. Oh, they won't kill you because that attracts too much attention. They will just kick the shit out of you. They will hurt you.
You'll have bad day.
Yeah. You won't wake up in the gutter. You'll wake up in hospital, and yeah, bits of you. Yes, Raiders. That's him, Mr. Ibrahim. Yes. Quality gentleman. I just want to go on record in case this ever reaches him or his associates. Quality gentleman. I don't have a bad word to say about him. I want that on the record.
Yeah, he's not. It doesn't sound like the kind of guy you'd really want to offend.
No. Just in a perfect world, not someone that you would actually be in the same sphere as, because there's an enormous amount of risk if your spheres intersect, and you just you don't want to be exposed.
You kind of
to
leave town if he's in your town.
Yeah. Oh God! And speaking of that sort of, almost totally unrelated because it's fictional. There's a series. There's finally a new season of it coming up on Foxtel in the next couple weeks, I think. It's called Mr. In Between. There's this guy who's he's a hitman basically, and he's like his regular-ish job is security for, like, you know, King's Cross nightclub, but he's a hitman and he's so good. And it's like the only thing this guy, you watch the guy who created the series, wrote the scripts, and is the lead actor. You go, how have I never heard of him? This guy's a genius. He's put all this together. And I looked up at his background. He's never done anything else. And I was just like, holy shit. Like, he pitched this idea to one of the networks years ago, and they didn't take him up on it, and then basically stole it. And so he was pissed off at the whole thing and was just driving a taxi for years. And then when Foxtel were looking to do some Australian content, his script got to someone with the money to make something happen, and they went, oh, this is pretty good. Can we talk about making this? And he didn't believe him, because last time he talked to any TV people, they ripped it off. And he went in and they sold it, and they're like, yep. And he's like, I only want to do it if, like, you know, I play the character. And they went, and he did some screen tests, and they went, dude, you're fucking awesome. Yeah. And there's been 2 seasons of it so far, and the 3rd season's about to come out, is very good. One of the supporting characters, Natalie Tran, early Australian YouTube star, Community Channel. She's actually in it. She's his ex-wife. Yeah, right. He in the show, he has a daughter. He has a little daughter with Natalie Tran, although, you know, they've been split up for a long time. But very good show. Oh, no, Annette, Les Norton's a fictional character. The Les Norton books were like from the 70s or 80s. They were fun. The Les Norton books, again, it was these Aussie true crime thing, but it was a fictional bouncer in King's Cross nightclubs, and the Les Norton stories were very funny. They were just about Australia's, Sydney's in particular, seedy underbelly, and it was fun. Safa, it's just TV daughter, dude, not real daughter, TV daughter. Natalie Tran plays his ex-wife, and within the show, they have a daughter. But yes, Mr. In Between is fucking great. Thorough. If you don't have Foxtel, pirate it. It's really good.
I made a comment about piracy. I copied a DVD set for a friend at the church, and I was telling the priest about it, and he was saying he was interested in it. I was like, well, I'm sure I can make a backup copy and, you know, have you look after it for me. You know, so if something happens to my original, there's a backup copy at your place. And the thing I worry about with that is that the content producers might have to wait a bit before they can buy their next gold-plated Humvee.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Dr. Abigail's joining us. Hello.
Hello, Abigail.
Hello. So you're all over here on a monitor over here.
Okay.
And
Actually,
actually,
your camera's there. Yeah. Gonna move
I'll
the
move
camera.
the camera over there. That way, I'm kind of sort of looking at you as I talk to you. That makes more sense. Hello.
Hello, Abigail.
Yeah.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you. I mentioned piracy on a famous YouTuber's Twitch stream, and he banned me.
Oh, damn. Paranoid.
Yeah.
Paranoid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he made a good argument why I shouldn't have said it, and I immediately regretted saying it.
Yeah.
I just in chat just mentioned the Pirate Bay, but now I can no longer even comment on his Twitch stream anymore.
So
which
is it
is, funny.
because he's that offended by piracy, or is Twitch is really
No.
not happy about it?
He's just paranoid about his source of income.
And if
know?
somebody,
Yeah.
right.
Because
If you're
that's his
seen to
job.
be supporting it, yeah.
Yeah. So he had to get on that real quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I also just noticed Megaleech said Mr. In Between is also on Binge. So that's another service that might be more economical. But the first season of Mr. In Between was about 2-3 years ago. And the third season is just about to start, which I'm pretty goddamn excited by. Because I love that. He's the best bad guys are the ones who don't get angry, the ones who don't try and intimidate. A bad guy who's quiet is like, no, don't fuck with this guy. Do not fuck. Oh no, the fact that he doesn't feel the need to try and intimidate you is very scary. He's just so calm, and he's just waiting, and then he's just gonna fucking fuck someone up. And it's kind of like Mike in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I don't know if you know.
Yes, LimeWire.
Mike is the very scary, tough guy who doesn't feel compelled to grandstand or threaten anyone. He just, like, shit just happens with him.
Yeah, often the quiet ones are the ones you really have to watch, actually. Because the loud and aggressive one, everyone goes, oh, loud and aggressive, I'll not piss them off.
Yeah.
And then the quiet one quietly plots against you and then ends you.
Yeah. Yeah. And for that matter, even John Wick, that's one of the things I love about the John Wick character. He doesn't go around grandstanding and trying to scare people. It's just shit happens at a certain point. It's just...
That was a really, really rough 3 days for him.
It was not a good time that John Wick was having with
It was literally like 3 or 4 days over the course of those 3 movies.
The
which is hilarious.
Yeah. But it's a rough time. Yeah, just not a good time.
And like his wife literally died like less than a week before the first movie. So like the whole thing over the course of like a week and a half, his life just somersaulted.
Yeah.
It was profound. And I like the fact that they make a joke about that in the third movie.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I like the third one. I think it's definitely the weakest of the 3.
Yeah.
But the first 2 are so good that it'd be very hard to keep it up.
I think they should have stopped at 1. I mean, the 2 was okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been sad if
the first one. Yeah, I thought the first one was just so good. It didn't need a sequel.
It was close to perfect.
I personally reckon that in a lot of cases, sequels, if they don't outright spoil a movie, they certainly run the risk of spoiling a good movie. I have seen, movies where the first one you go, yeah, that was pretty good, and a sequel comes out and you go, nah, now you've wrecked the whole fucking thing for me. Thanks, cunts.
Yeah.
There have been some good sequels, and we've done this thread before.
Yes, we tried to
been.
think of
we could
sequels that
kill
were
the
better
entire
than the
live stream
original.
talking about that.
Yeah. We nerded out on that one. I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it was great.
I really enjoyed that. Coming up with ones where the third one was the best in the series. That was that was a good one. But yeah, because the initial thought is sequels kind of suck, but then you put some real thought into it and you go, no, there's some good ones. There are actually some good ones
out there. There are good ones. I mean, I don't think I disliked any of the Naked Gun movies. I think I enjoyed all of them.
Essentially the same movie, and even the TV show, the Police Squad TV show was very funny too. Lot of they recycled a lot of the jokes for the Naked Gun movies, but
the very essence of what it was about was the Naked Gun thing, wasn't it? Police Squad.
Yeah.
I mean that.
Yeah. I still loved the joke they would do with the end credits on the Police Squad show, where it'd freeze and with everyone laughing, which is the way those 70s cop shows always were. And there'd always be something like they're all frozen in this big laugh, and someone would walk on set and be really confused because everyone's frozen. They're like, what? But it's fun. Oh, Annette, Police Academy. Pretty good.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Police Academy's touched a nerve.
Struck a nerve, Adam.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the Police Academy movies because, it was during my formative teenage years.
That was my childhood.
But I haven't watched them since, and I really hope they didn't age badly.
I fear they will not have aged well.
Most movies made then were not. Yeah, like a lot of those comedy movies don't age well. Even
I tell you what,
its moments.
I tell you one thing: you get to know the adult jokes now.
Yeah.
When I rewatch some of the old movies and I pick up on things that I missed the first time around, and you go, "Oh fuck, I missed that one."
Yeah.
Okay, here's a really bad one that I missed as an adult, and this is more than a tad obscure. It's an Australian film from the late 80s or early 90s called Bliss. Very artsy Australian film. Very good film. Barry Otto was the lead, Miranda Otto's dad. Miranda probably more famous than her dad, actually. She was Eowyn in The Lord of the Rings. But her dad was anyway, it's and there was a lot of sex and violence in this movie. But there's one bit where the offspring, the young adult offspring of this middle-aged couple who are the center, everyone's weird and fucked up, and the daughter comes into the son and says she wants some Coke. Can he give her some Coke? She knows he's got some, and he's going like, "Be nice to me, and I might." And he basically makes his sister give him a blowjob, and which is like weird and fucked up. But I was sitting there in the cinema going, why does she want Coca-Cola so badly?
Yeah.
She wants the Coca-Cola so badly she's giving her brother a blowjob. I don't understand. And
that's horrifying.
When the coin dropped, I was very embarrassed at myself for not knowing they were talking about cocaine. Because cocaine had not been brought up to this point. She just came in and said, like, give me some Coke. I know you've got some. And I thought, man, she loves her Coca-Cola. What the fuck is this about?
Yeah, really. Well, Coca-Cola used to have that same.
Reputedly, in the 19th century, it actually had coca in it. everything had cocaine in it in the 19th century. Children's toothpaste had cocaine in it, so it's just like it was a cure-all. It was good for everything. It's like someone. I love the memes.
So was radium.
Yeah,
yeah.
So they weren't really to be trusted. But there's that cough mixture label that gets circulated as a meme, and apparently it's real, and it has morphine and cocaine. It's just like, my cold would go away if I had a swig of that.
Hey, I just remember pseudoephedrine and caffeine as the most amazing cold cure.
Good quality pseudoephedrine pills.
And a big bottle of Jolt Cola.
Yeah. And you don't fucking care. Like, technically, you're still sick. You just don't care anymore.
You just don't care.
Yep.
That's the best cold cure. Just wear a mask.
We should all wear masks more.
Yeah. Anyone not wearing masks is being an arse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I try to keep them in the pockets of all my jackets because it's really embarrassing to go out and go on public transport and go, shit, I didn't bring a mask. Oh, I look like a dickhead. I look like someone who's trying to cause trouble. Oh,
and if you've got any hint of a cold and you've got to go out and get something from the shops, for fuck's sake, hand sanitizer and mask.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse
leave
anymore.
without them.
I work with
In this
someone
day and age.
who since COVID has twice gone into the office with a really bad cold. Once in the early days where everyone was really nervous and no one knew what was happening. And she came into work with a really bad cold and she's going, why is everyone upset? It's just a cold. And I'm going, what the fuck is wrong with you? But she did it again a couple of weeks ago when, it's only voluntary to go into the office and hardly anyone's going. But she went in and she had a really bad cold. And it's like, why would you do that? Why the fuck would you do that?
I'll tell you one thing. I'm afraid to cough these days. Like, you just hold it in because everyone goes like this to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the expression, once we used to cough to cover up our fart. Now we fart to cover up our cough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair.
Chris knows a guy who burned all his masks when the CDC said if you had a shot, you don't have to wear one. Still law, so he had to rebuy his masks. It's just like it's a politeness thing, and it's just. Ugh. I mean that cough thing. Ever since the early days of COVID, I feel like every time I've gone out in public, like I've gone to the supermarket or something, I go, oh, I want to cough. I want to have a coughing fit. I just want to. And everyone's going to think I've got. I just want to clear my throat, and I think everyone's going to think I've got the plague. I've got to try and suppress it. It's a psychological thing. Every time I went out in public, I wanted to cough. It's terrible.
Right. Most of the places around here are not really worrying too much about the masks, but I reckon wear them anyway, even if you're not actually obliged.
Yeah, it's a fair thing.
Especially since we're going into cold and flu season.
Yeah, exactly.
It would prevent cold and flu dramatically.
Yes.
Well, there's if you've got any kind of virus, you dramatically reduce the chances of passing that shit on to someone when you're wearing a mask. Yeah. So out of just consideration, wear a fucking mask. And number two, it actually can reduce, like it certainly won't eliminate it, but it can reduce the chances of actually catching something.
Absolutely. And
if you do, you might get a small amount of it, but not enough to really take hold. And it may actually boost your immune response to the virus too.
Yeah.
So
I tell you one thing. Masks have made my breathing better.
Oh,
you're struggling to breathe through it, but over time you get used to it. So
there's been a few times
comfortable.
There's been a few times I've had to go somewhere away from people and unmask just because I'm struggling for air. It's either that or wait till
Oh,
the lights go out and I hit the ground.
Yeah,
I do.
which is
I
what
do. I do
starts
this
to happen.
sneakily. I just put my phone underneath and just release it for a few seconds to let some fresh air in.
Yeah, and if you have difficulties, you have difficulties. There were all the fucking wankers who were claiming they had a problem when they didn't.
The worst thing is having long moustache or beard. You get so much moisture from breathing up here. Oh, it's horrible.
One of the funniest things I saw, because there's a lot of Jewish people in my neighborhood, in the supermarket, this big old Orthodox guy with this massive, and I mean massive fucking beard, huge bushy beard, and he's got this little mask sitting on it, and it's just like this hedge of hair coming out. It just looked so funny. There's no seal because there's a hedge of hair under his. So this mask is just kind of sitting on this massive amount of facial hair. I thought
it still stops saliva droplets being projected. And this is how it works.
It just looks funny.
Yeah, it's not just if you sneeze or cough that spreads it. When we speak to one another, we project little droplets of saliva. It's not something we do on purpose. It's it happens.
Little droplets.
That was the reason why
droplets made of the plague. sorry.
Over here we had one COVID case.
Yeah.
The woman was smart. She wore a mask. We did not have any transmission. Nothing. It does work.
Of course it fucking works.
It does work. I don't care what any of those idiots say. It does work.
It absolutely does. It is very, and that's why, if you're sick, it's a politeness thing. That's why the masks have always been so popular in lots of areas of Asia. It's a politeness thing for other people. You're not saying, I think you're all sick and this will protect me. It was like, I could be sick and I should be protecting everyone else. And
if everyone takes that approach, we're better off.
Oh, absolutely.
I will say one thing that I noticed with the masks. Microphones don't like them.
Okay.
Wouldn't they just be pop filters for microphones?
Well, the problem is, what the problem? Very, very thick pop filter. When I say microphones don't like them, it's particularly bad if you've got a microphone that's got to be sensitive because it's further away from people speaking, especially if it's not a condenser like it should be.
Oh, yes.
When people are masked, the mic has a lot of trouble picking up vocal. Like you can hear that they're making sound, but it's very difficult to actually hear what they're saying. So this, of course, affects me because of my role as a sound guy.
Yes.
So I had to.
I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
I had to boost the top end by about 10 decibels, just to actually get clarity on what people were saying when they were using the microphone with their masks on.
Yeah.
And there's a big problem with that when you've got a sensitive mic in a relatively small church. And then you've got to turn the gain up like that. It's called feedback, and it is not my friend.
Yes.
What does it sound like? Feedback?
Yeah.
It's not positive feedback. It's negative feedback.
Negative, yes.
Very nasty feedback. Very shrieky.
Oh, yeah.
There are some circumstances where we like feedback.
Especially when the bass gets to that low frequency.
Oh,
and
I've had that
all of the auditorium starts vibrating.
A couple of weeks ago, I got that one. Somebody was speaking, and I tweaked the tone control and forgotten to turn it back a bit. And as I was speaking, it was somebody who speaks very, very quietly.
Oh, God.
So they're speaking very quietly and with a very low tone in their voice, and they're standing about 2 fucking feet away from the microphone.
Not that you're bitter or anything.
Well, lovely lady, but the problem was, by the way, Angry Nettie's looking for a link.
Oh, good on Nettie. I'll post it. Here we go.
Linky.
And you all can join in because you could probably tell I'm getting ready to make a cocktail.
Of We noticed you were a bit animated.
My pet hate with people and mics is people who like eating their mics. Yeah, it's I don't know why we're going to put it in their mouths. Literally,
it's not a lollipop; it's a microphone.
Oh my
You
god!
do not need to consume it.
That is my worst pet hate. Ugh. You don't need it here. Just
One
a
of the things
nice distance from your mouth, and it's fine.
I need to get a new one of these, actually. Just the antibacterial spray, so that I can go and sanitize all the PA equipment after people have used it, because the priest uses a a little lapel, a little clip-on mic headset. Yeah, and occasionally we'll have a guest speaker who will also use it. Not good. So
Angry's going to the toilet.
We need to do something about that. So this microphone is actually addicted to me.
We can say anything because we can't see you.
Where am I? All right, Nettie. There's Nettie.
Hey,
guys.
Angry. Hello.
I'm picking
one
the
thing
middle.
One thing I noticed from your latest video, you didn't edit out the part where I said, you can edit this out, right? But it was comedy gold, so I know why you left it. It was funny. But
You
also,
don't say edit out something because they're gonna leave it in either way.
I noticed that the background, the lights and the window were in perfect focus.
Yes,
But
I noticed
we
that
were a bit blurry.
I
I love
know.
it when the camera decides to focus on something that isn't the primary image, you know.
Pissed me right off, let me tell you.
I bet it made us look like we were in a green screen,
Yeah,
except that you could see us in the background and everything in the reflection on the window.
I am sorry. The green screen just remind me from the early days of YouTube. See, I did selfie sticks before they were uncool.
No. They weren't called selfie sticks. They were mono sticks. When they first came out. Yeah.
No. The monopod as a photographer's tool has existed forever.
Yeah.
And because
they just turned it into a selfie stick.
Sorry, I just stopped. Nettie, I think your setup is making weird sort of feedback and echoes.
Oh, is it? Okay, hang on.
Let me do something with it. So, so I used a monopod in the early days of YouTube. So switch your mic back on when you want to say something, obviously. I used my
I'm
camera
really surprised this
monopod.
mic doesn't pick up my speakers.
Yeah. Well, it's
No, those ones have an automatic cancellation built into them.
Oh, it seems to work pretty fucking well.
Yeah.
I looked these up. This is a $200 mic.
nice.
I didn't pay that for it.
I recently got a new pair of noise cancelling headphones. Thank you, NDIS. That's really helped my social anxiety. It really has. But and I'm not even joking. But these things, here they are here. The noise cancelling on them is so good that I hear nothing. You can be sitting right next to me on a train and I can't hear a word.
Oh,
I can't
want
hear
some of
train
that shit.
announcement. I can't hear.
I want
Well, I
some
can
of
hear
that.
people shouting, but Will was in the next room shouting at me to get my attention. Couldn't hear him. Could not hear him. And it's actually dangerous if you're walking along the street. You cannot hear the traffic. Luckily, there's a button on them to turn the noise cancelling down to low or completely off.
I'd use
But,
headphones like that shopping because I hate shopping centers. I also have anxiety. It gets pretty bad sometimes. Abigail, does your anxiety fuck with you physically? Like, does it make you go off balance and shit like that?
Oh God. I don't think so. I'm having trouble
head does all
remembering
sorts
what
of
it's
weird
like
things.
because
I actually fall
kind
over.
of traumatic.
Well, we don't have to
But,
cover that subject if you're not comfortable.
I
with
don't
it.
know. I just kind of like zone completely out. And what are they? They're Bose. They're Bose. And I think I've got the packaging here.
Fun fact.
Expensive one.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Close.
If you have a certified anxiety condition, you can qualify for a mask exemption.
Oh, really? I actually find
Apparently.
my anxiety decreases when I'm wearing a mask because I'm hidden a bit, and I actually don't mind it.
That's one thing
at
that's
all.
handy about my pop filter is I get to hide behind that.
Yeah.
I like masks that I can talk about people without them reading my lips.
You can say, hey, that guy over there, he's a real dickhead, that guy over there. And no one's gonna know who's saying it. Ha ha.
Like that one. It's that way. Damn camera angle.
Oh dear.
I thought you'd frozen for a second there, angry.
No. I'm just smiling. I'm just looking for a tip about a low-proof cocktail for my concept. Bocce ball. Yes.
Luke, you've had bad anxiety lately.
Yeah, it happens.
I have a couple little tricks. Now, various different tricks work for different people. One of the, I have a place that I like to go to in my mind. Now, I can't just think that place and make it happen. I wish I could, but so the way I go there is I start describing that place in vivid detail as though I was describing it to an artist who was going to paint the picture.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so my safe place is kind of a bit remote. It's out in the countryside, skinny roads, sort of, I describe that place to the last detail. I mean, the condition of the floorboards in the house. I describe I describe the sounds that are coming in, the whole lot. And after a little while, I start to I go there.
Yeah.
You go somewhere quiet and you close your eyes and you start telling yourself this story. You start describing this place. I start to hear the sounds. Fucking wonderful when it works.
That was good timing.
That's a technique for handling anxiety that's often talked about. It's like, name things you can see, name things you can touch, name things you can smell.
Yeah.
A grounding exercise. And what you're talking about is very similar. It's good technique. Very good technique.
It's powerful if you can make it work. In my life, I have opened the Nothing Box twice. Now, the Nothing Box is my single favorite place in all existence. Have you ever been somehow asleep but awake at the same time and thought and experienced absolutely nothing to the point where you have time go missing?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm so sorry.
It's pure. I hope you get there one day, Abigail. It's pure bliss.
It's
Can you say that again?
Sorry.
So, nobody. Could you say that again?
The Nothing Box.
Yes.
I've done it twice in my entire life. Tried it many times. Only got there twice. I managed to shut my brain down, and I stopped experiencing time. The only way I became aware that I had been away is when I came back. Because I was incapable of perceiving anything while I was out. I don't know how long I was out for. There's just gap. All I do know is that I came back feeling fucking great. It was the best place I've ever been. Second to nothing. Just nothing better.
Yeah. Nice. I'm going to let you all keep talking, and I'm going to set up to make this video. So keep talking.
Shieldsy, this is about the time you start saying shit about Angry, isn't it?
No, he hasn't turned the mic off yet.
You wait till it turns the mic off and then you start saying shit.
Fuck you.
I don't believe it's off.
Sorry, I'm just going to frame myself up. Oh, that looks good. Now it's on autofocus, so hopefully it'll focus on my massive bonce rather than
Shame
the
it wasn't
fucking
an auto zoom, come right into your nose and then come back out again.
I think this camera actually came with a remote that I've never used, so I could actually do that. But we'll leave it at that. You know, I've got everything I want.
So have you been, Nettie?
I've been getting lost a lot because I moved house. I don't know where anything is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just put you on the spot there, didn't I?
That's how I've been. I tried to go and see AT today, but he'd left the hospital. So, and I bought an absolute bloody feast, and I was going to take it to him, and he wasn't there, so I got to eat it. I got
winning
apple danishes, lemon tarts, and chocolate things, and chocolate other things. Yum.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Angry loving himself now.
I think he genuinely
can't hear us.
Wasted that one, Shield. It's better when he still hears some of it, I reckon.
So, did you get in contact with AZ eventually?
No, I haven't been in contact with him. Andrew sent me a message saying that he belatedly got around to going, "Oh, I'm not there." After I worked out that he wasn't there, and the hospital were pretty confused. They thought he was no. First, they didn't think he existed, and then they could find his records, but they couldn't find him. And then they think, oh, he might be at another hospital now, or he might be home. And then they decided he'd been discharged 2 days ago, but apparently he only got discharged last night. So,
wow,
that's the
Doesn't that
hospital for you.
inspire confidence? It
Does.
just inspires confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I'm there with my bag of goodies and going, no, I'll have to do it all myself now.
That's all right.
Such a
When my
shame.
mother,
I would have
my
given
mother-
some to the nurses.
That's a good
I
idea,
think of
actually. Yeah. They really
Yeah.
appreciate those sort of gestures.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that because I was hungry. Whoops.
No, you only think of food when you're hungry, and I understand.
Yeah, it's funny that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we all relate with that one. Like,
I hope he's home. It does appear.
And hungry.
It does seem that what Angry told me on Messenger was that he is actually home and not at a care facility or anything like that. But his doctor wants to send him back to hospital.
Oh, okay.
So I'm wondering how voluntary the discharge was.
Uh-oh.
Well, I remember him saying that the hospital wanted him there for like another couple of weeks or something.
Yeah. I thought they wanted him to walk up 60 stairs or something. That was
Yes,
Angry's
okay.
last Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the hospital
So
was
I
hoping to
think-
make sure he knew which direction was up and which direction was down and could differentiate between the two.
Oh, by voluntary, no, what I meant was, okay, was he being naughty? Has he gone AWOL? Has he fucked off? Oh,
Mm.
I
that's
see.
what I meant. Sorry,
Mm.
wrong terminology. Yeah, so, yeah, I think maybe he's just
Who knows with
naughty and
Daisy?
told him to go shove it,
Yeah, I could imagine him doing that.
which I can totally imagine.
I think we all can.
I can see him running down the street in his nightgown with a little slit in the back. I'm out of here.
Fuck you, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to live with my mum and dad. Can you imagine him? It's never going to happen. Imagine if he
I get
tried
the
to send me back to
impression-
his mum and dad. No way.
I get the impression he doesn't have the greatest relationship with them.
Yeah.
Well, just his dad.
He's like,
Hmm.
yeah. Maybe his dad came to visit.
From what he's told us, that'd be reason enough to do the fuck off ski.
Oh god.
Fuck off, Ski. Oh, poor AZ. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
get in touch with him. One of us will get in touch with him.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, I've got his phone number now. Luke's asking, did he abscond? That is what we're discussing, the possibility of his absconding.
Safa, no, it's AZ we're talking about who doesn't like his dad.
Mm.
And AZ's told us some pretty interesting stories. And I think if I had
Yeah.
those stories to tell about my dad, I would probably want to bury the fucker.
I have some
So-
similar stories.
Safa says Fuckovsky
As
sounds
well.
like a Russian last name.
It does.
Well, when I picked up that expression, it was described as the Russian waltz.
The Russian waltz.
Fukovsky.
Yeah, it's a type of dance. We call it Fukovsky.
That's cute.
Mm.
So we should bother him. No, we shouldn't bother him.
Well, I could go and retrieve
But I
my
want
phone
to.
and
I
call him
want to
up.
bother him. Yeah, bother him. See if he wants to be bothered.
Well, I could text him and say, "Hey, we're on Angry's live stream."
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. I'm sure he knows.
Well,
like
it's Friday
every
night.
Friday night
As
we're
long as he
here.
knows it's Friday night.
Yeah, it's so long as he knows that it's Friday.
Mm.
He might lose track of days. You do that when you're sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Safa and Megaleech reminding us AZ might be sleeping. In that case, we probably shouldn't disturb him.
Mm.
Yeah, no, he's not very good at sleeping, so you should leave
Yeah,
him
if he
to it.
is sleeping, we'd best leave him be.
Mm.
Because if we wake
When
him
I
up,
had-
he'd absolutely come and join, but he'd probably pass out in half an hour.
Depends on what meds
I'm
he's
gonna
on.
have too much of this. It's
Yeah,
not potent
yeah.
people. Okay.
Will
we'll
Angry
leave him
break the
be.
glass? Will he break the glass?
He's never
Oh,
broken
this-
those cocktail shaker. They don't break.
No, it's
Like,
when he
not
tries
easily.
to get it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, he'll get it.
Oh, ah!
Ah.
Uh,
I never trust myself with one of those. I would definitely break it.
we
Yeah.
should start.
Or not
We
get it
should
out
start
again.
a poll. We should start some sort of like, will he or won't he, and how many more attempts will it be? Pool.
We could start laying bets on how many attempts it's going to be to get
Yeah.
it off. Yeah. That him trying to whacking that, it reminded me of an old joke I heard quite a long time ago. So it involves innocence of children. You know, our children will just say things as they see it. You know, and
Yep.
quite literally. You know, and of course it involves an expression. So the family's eating dinner, and the the mother of the children has got a sauce bottle and she's tipping it upside down, trying to get the last bits out and giving it a bit of a whack on the bottom, try and get the last drops out of the bottle. And the phone rings. So the young child goes and answers the phone and says, "Oh yes, Mummy will be there soon. She's just hitting the bottle right now."
Oh,
Yeah.
hitting the bottle. Yeah.
Something my kids would say on purpose. Thank God we don't do landlines anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got one, but I never answer it. It just goes to the answering machine. And the answering
What's the
machine,
landline?
I went to an online text to speech thing, and it did the message for me. So it sounds like the voice from one of those Reach Tell surveys or something. It just says, "I'm sorry. Apparently no one is answering the phone. You know how this works. There will be a beep."
Nice.
I have a
Sorry.
phone number, but I don't have a phone connected.
Yeah. My internet
I haven't had a
connection just came
landline
with the
in
phone,
years.
so
I can't remember the last time I had a landline.
Yeah.
well, I make all my calls from the mobile. The landline just sits there. It's just it's connected with the NBN, so it's just
Oh
there.
God.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
there's
give
probably a
someone a national
landline. I haven't got a
broadband
phone on it.
The last time I had a landline, it was because I had ADSL.
Oh God.
I've
And that
actually
was a
done
long time
pretty
ago.
well in the ADSL era because where I live is less than a kilometre away from the telephone exchange, quite a bit less. I actually used to get reasonable speeds. Well, you're reasonable for ADSL, like 16, 16 down, which was not too bad. My previous address used to get 18, which was
I was
fucking outstanding.
lucky to get 800 kilobytes.
Yes, Safa, that's absolutely true. If the power goes out, your phone goes out too. It's particularly true of the situation where I am because we have the hybrid fiber coaxial. So even if I put a UPS on the modem, makes no difference. There's nothing to get the information from the bloody power pole out there.
I'm making a new drink.
Cool.
I refused to even let
They look
NBN
very
Co
graceful, Nitty.
install a cable into my apartment. Like, I don't want them anywhere near me. I don't trust their techs. Like, I've heard some horror stories.
Mm.
Gone all quiet. Somebody should say something.
I was gonna say. I thought you were
Something.
talking. I thought you were talking. You went quiet. I went, oh God, what has happened to nobody's audio?
Please don't rely on me to carry a conversation.
Nor me.
I don't work that way.
No. Shieldsy, it's all on you, mate.
Oh, I tell you one thing. I love FTTC. It makes life so much better here on the
What's
island.
FTTC?
Okay, fiber to the curb. So I have fiber
Oh, okay.
on my street, but it runs from the curb to my house. It's still copper. So basically, it's just a glorified network cable now. It's
So
basically
I
all
have-
it is now.
I have fiber to my kitchen.
Nice.
I literally have a fiber connection that goes all the way into my apartment, into my kitchen, and I just plug it into there, and it's super fast.
That is nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not with NBN. That's
Ah,
the real icing on the cake.
that's probably why
It's
it works.
yeah.
I still can't get over people here over on the island here who are still refusing to switch over and they're on ADSL, and like they go, "Oh, it's great! I get 1 megabyte a second at the moment." I'm going, I get 50.
I was getting 96 until the provider decided to up their price and went, right, I'm going to take a speed reduction.
Yeah.
I'm on 50, and
I'm still
I can get I think 50,
How much does 50 cost you?
Oh,
I'm paying 70 a month.
I'm paying 90, but I'm like on unlimited internet and 4G backup.
I don't have 4G backup, but I do have unlimited.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to log into my
50 down
account.
That's the only reason why I went with Telstra and kept with them is I wanted the 4G backup.
I'm on 50.
Wait, he's back now. He's back quiet now.
I'm on 50 megabits, unlimited, for 45 a month.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's
Pretty good, actually.
I could get. Oh, hang on. What is there? It doesn't show the others. The next one up is something like 100 megabits per second for $60.
No.
Damn.
So, yeah, it's pretty good, and it's
Who's
not
your
even
provider?
NBN. They're called Spirit Telecom, and they only go through apartment buildings.
Oh, bugger. Okay.
Yeah, and they own all the infrastructure in the building as well. So
that's how they do it.
They don't. You don't rely on NBN, and you get a fiber connection to your kitchen
Excellent.
for dirt
I've
cheap
never liked
prices.
apartments, but suddenly I'm starting to.
I laugh at all the people over here with Aussie broadband for the NBN, and when the power goes out, my internet is back before there's even click over. I laugh at them. That's the positive 4G backup.
Yeah, that's good.
I just don't have internet if the power goes out.
I made a Douglas Adams tribute for Towel Day, which is next week, for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fans. I invented this and called it Mostly Harmless because it's got a couple of low alcohol components, Aperol, which is only 11% alcohol, the fruit liqueur, which is only probably about 15%. Where's the measure on it? Should be here somewhere, shouldn't it? Oh no, it's slightly higher than I thought. It's 25% alcohol. And it's got sugar syrup, lemon juice. I topped it with soda, but then I said it was mostly harmless, and that's totally harmless at this point. So then I got my 80% absinthe.
Hello, sister.
And spread it across the top. Sherry Shields is on. Mostly harmless. Sherry, you should go and subscribe. Sherry, sorry. You should go and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Angry Cocktails. The cocktail will be posted on Monday, but I basically did 1.5 ounces of Aperol, which is a lightly bitter Italian aperitif. It's not gross like Campari, which is the devil's piss.
Just note, my sister's a light drinker. She gets drunk after one drink.
Well,
you probably shouldn't drink this one then. Well, we can get that in focus.
Sherry, you could do the totally harmless version.
That's not going to work. It says 50%.
Low alcohol, and then I used a comparatively low alcohol fruit liqueur.
Wow, you're slow, sister.
Lemon juice and sugar syrup, and I topped it with soda, lots of ice, topped with soda, and then came to the bit that goes from totally harmless to mostly harmless. I put an overproof absinthe on top, which not everyone has. But yeah, you could do an overproof gin or an overproof whiskey or an overproof rum, or you could just stick. Honestly, the Aperol and the fruit liqueur and soda is actually a really nice drink. But it's my
now
little
I've got to
joke.
stop talking about my sister. She's in the chat.
Fair enough.
Hello, Shieldsy sister. Yeah.
Hello, Shieldsy sister. Have you ever been to Melbourne?
Yes, she has. Twice.
Has she?
Making news.
Twice.
Yeah.
Because my place is always open if you need a place to crash. Shieldsy sister.
Oh. I started drinking Jim Green. I think is that famous fish whiskey, Jim Bream. No, sorry, I couldn't resist. Jim Beam, not Jim Brim. Okay. Sorry. Niche joke.
Yes,
very niche joke there.
Have you ever made a cocktail with Polish Pure?
I have. You mean the rectified spirit?
Yeah, the 95% one.
Yeah. This.
Oh God.
This is what I have left. I had a bottle of the Polish rectified spirit, 95% alcohol. I steeped some herbs in it. I think it was rosemary, and I left them there too long, and it went like a green so dark it was almost black, and it was hysterical. I took the herbs out. I think it was rosemary, and they'd gone really dry and brittle. And I put a match to them, and they just went woof.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
You're not meant to drink it straight.
No. But the funny thing was, the herb thing was too strong. Like I was just using it as bitters for a while. I was just putting a few drops, and I'd get this really strong herbal flavor in a drink. What I did was
meant to redistill it. You meant to redistill it with the botanicals.
Yeah. I diluted it 2 or 3 times with vodka. So this is probably a mere 60% alcohol, as opposed to 95%. This is actually pretty good. So this is a pretty strong herbal liqueur here.
Yeah, those who remember my performance last Friday, I started the night with a double shot of this stuff, which is this is the 50% stuff. I started with a double straight. And then I went to the next. Then I went to the stronger one that I have in the cupboard.
Yeah, I've got
and I did a double of that.
I've got a couple of proof whiskies over there.
That's why I was not very coherent last week.
I think you did well. So
yeah, I thought you did well.
My highest.
I mean, you were obviously both drunk and depressed.
I wasn't terribly depressed, but I didn't have much energy for expressing anything because I had to strain very hard to see any messages that were coming up in the chat because there was 2 of everything, and they were kind of a bit not like 2 clear images kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was fucked.
To answer your question, absolutely, that's an invite. Next time you're in Melbourne, let me know. I'll take you out for a drink and nice dinner
and see where the evening takes us.
Yeah.
Away now.
There we go.
I had an interesting Friday night last week, actually.
Yeah, we got 1 or 2 messages from you.
Yeah, something about needing a man.
No, it wasn't needing. Yeah. Oh no, it was not. It was I love men, but it was sarcastic, and of course the. Come through because the guys.
The sarcasm did not come through.
I had just come into the bar. The people that I was coming in with got caught sort of behind me and got delayed. So I sat at the bar, and these two guys sitting next to me, I don't know what the fuck they were on, but oh my God. They look like sort of twins from the 1980s Bourbon and Beefsteak, and we all know what that means. And they both gave me this look like, and then they started like lap dancing on each other, but looking at me like really intensely, like really like aggressive or something. Like I think they thought they were being sexy, but it was fucking weird.
Were you in a gay bar? I'm trying to work out what was happening.
No, I
What
wasn't.
even are men?
I don't
I'm
know.
so glad.
I'm
so glad I'm not attracted to men. I'm
a
glad
man,
if
and
that's
I
what
don't
you have to put up
understand
with.
men. Yeah. No.
Like,
I
what
know,
even
this
Yes,
is
is
just-
that?
Abigail, even other men have to put up with it sometimes.
I'm glad I'm not
Ask me how I
attracted to
know.
it. It would be so difficult. Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
It was so weird. It was so weird.
yeah.
I had just pressed like what's it called, the little microphone on my thing to
yes.
speak something,
Yeah.
and I love men. Yeah, like this.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're
That's so
us-
fucking
we're,
weird.
we're,
Looks like
we're
we
pretty
lost
garbage,
Shieldsy.
man. We are.
Yeah.
I'm here.
All the men are just going, men, right? Men. What the fuck?
Yeah, but like, unless you're gay, you don't have to fuck men.
Yeah. No,
And,
and
like-
I'm so relieved.
That's.
I'm so relieved.
I'm glad. I'm very relieved with that because, like you, Abigail, I don't see the attraction to us.
No. There's one of the, I don't know who did it, but one of my favorite sort of social media posts were a woman saying, look, the fact that I'm still attracted to men is evidence that sexual orientation is not a choice. Okay. It's just like,
Yeah.
all my common sense is telling me don't go near men, but
Yep.
that's who I'm sexually attracted to.
Who would
So,
choose? Who would choose to pursue men like sexually?
I swear to God,
Actually, I did spend.
we're
I met some wonderful gentlemen, all in dinner suits and everything that night. But it was just these two fellas who just seemed to like a sudden, like whiplash back to the Bourbon and Beefsteak in the 1980s.
bad flashback.
Bourbon and Beefsteak is like this big bar in King's Cross. And I don't know, Angry, can you explain Bourbon and Beefsteak?
No, it's horrible. It was just a very large venue that catered to a very suburban crowd, and I mean, it's what it said. I mean, seriously, the name, it's what's on the label. It's just, it was like Bourbon and Beefsteak, mate. That's what we're.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a very. It was popular with hens nights and bucks nights that then tended to clash.
Yeah. And it was,
cool.
how many levels was it? It was like 3 levels, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 3 levels. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
a huge thing on the corner in King's Cross, and it was like 3 levels. And
Yeah.
I remember times I'd be there with friends. If we got a table where you could see the street, you'd marvel at. I've seen the same car go past 10 times. These guys are literally just doing laps. They're just what is going on in their fucking lives. And then when they're in convertibles, we'd be getting ice out of our glass and go, here, let's see if we can hit them. Let's see if we can hit them. And throwing ice at the fucking bogans in convertibles. But, yeah.
The Cross in its most corrupt heyday.
Oh, 80s Cross was something else. Oh, yes, Safa, your sister works in the Carlton Club in the Melbourne. Yeah, that's on 3 levels, yes. But you also don't really, it's not like the Cross. It's its own thing. But they've got neat, there's, what do you call it, stuff things. No, that's not on. You're fine. Sorry, I'm having one of those episodes because I'm in the kitchen and someone in the house says, hey, you're in the kitchen and I want things. You're in the way. It's like, No, that camera's not on. It's only this one, so we're all good.
Angry in my household, I get a similar thing, but it's always the cat.
Oh, yeah, I get it from the cats as well. Don't you worry.
Are you right there?
I made a space on my desk because I have this corner desk now, and I'm gonna have to turn the light on to see. Just give me a sec. I can't find the switch. There we are. Okay, so I made this space. Like, here's my monitor, and here's everyone.
Yes,
Only
Yep,
2?
keyboard.
Oh,
Dinner. Yeah, I know. I downgraded to 2.
I only got one.
So this space here, I put a hoodie on here, and trained my cat to sit here.
Yes.
And so for the past couple of days, she's been jumping up here. I've got some little cat nibbles, and we'll have pats. And on this monitor, I'll put cat TV on, and she'll sit here and just watch cat TV for hours. And
What's cat
it's
TV?
great, and I love it. It's a YouTube channel that just shows like hours and hours of birds eating seeds or little mice running around, and cats like just cats are drawn to it, and they love it.
Put things like that on
Yeah.
I should get it on my cats because they're driving me nuts.
The
You
first
watch
time I
Cat TV,
introduced
Nettie?
Bella to Cat TV, she tried to catch the bird. She went up to the screen and went like that, and then looked around the back of the TV of the monitor.
when they do that.
And I had it on my laptop once when I was sick in bed, and she literally jumped at the laptop. It was hilarious.
Okay.
Oh, that's really
you
nice.
didn't have the camera going.
Are
Okay.
you
I'm gonna put cat TV on the big TV tomorrow and see if the cats go for it.
Nice.
No.
I used to have a Doberman, and I moved house, and I was sort of squishing way too much stuff into one room. So I had my laptop, and well, it wasn't a laptop, but the monitor, because this was the 90s. And she got very, very interested in the mouse, and I ended up with splots all over the damn. Yeah, constantly, because it smears of doggy snot all over my monitor, because she was trying to catch the mouse.
That's what cats do.
Nice.
Nice.
This was a Doberman.
It's a Doberman.
Well, dogs do it too. That's what dogs do too. Dogs kill mice.
There was people that breed the
I
dog
saw.
for me.
I once saw one of my. I had pet ducks, and you think ducks, they're fast in water, but waddling on the ground, they're waddling around, right? But a mouse ran across our backyard, and I have never seen a duck run that fast. That duck caught the mouse. Straight up caught the mouse, whacked it on the ground, killed it. I've never seen a duck run like that. It was incredible.
Why though? They don't eat mice.
No,
They don't.
I've seen video of chickens, and because chickens, I've seen a chicken chase down a mouse, not just kill it, just grab it and swallow it whole. And
That's all right. That's all right. Pelicans eat pigeons.
Pelicans
Yeah,
eat
look,
small children.
Ducks will eat a mouse.
2 hours.
Ducks absolutely love snails. I used to get a whole dinner plate, a large dinner plate, covered in a mountain of snails, and they'd be just crawling everywhere. And my 2 ducks would annihilate them in like 5 seconds. It was like it was a snail horror movie. They love them. They absolutely go nuts for them.
Talking about chickens eating
They're
mice.
protein and calcium all in one. So
I didn't
helps
know
with their
ducks
egg
ate
laying.
anything other than grains. Or of
No.
course they go after
Oh,
worms.
lots of
No,
grass.
ducks are known for in Asia culture as pest control. They actually use
Oh,
ducks
yeah.
for pest.
They hire people go.
No, I'm
People have
silly,
herds
aren't I?
of
Yeah, I've
ducks.
forgotten.
People have herds of ducks, and farmers hire them out to scurry around the rice paddies, getting all the bugs and all the mice and all the little parasites.
Yeah.
They'll
And they
they'll
must be enjoying. They must be
they
enjoying
they
the
have
play.
teeth. They have teeth on their back, on their bottom
Bill.
bill, and what they'll do is they'll strain water and mud through it to catch bugs.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Yeah, I guess
omnivores.
I knew they ate bugs. I just forgot. But I mean, mice.
Yeah, no, they
Like,
will.
whoa!
It's like Safa was mentioning the mouse plague in New South Wales, which I saw this absolutely horrific video from Dubbo, my hometown. Someone had invented this trap in one of the silos. There's a ramp that led up to a 44-gallon drum full of water. There was something that attracted the mice, something smell. You posted it, Nettie. Actually, you
I did.
posted
I posted it. Yeah.
and hundreds of these mice are running up this ramp and going into this 44-gallon drum and drowning, and it was nightmare material.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Maybe it was
It was
a pole
gross.
across the barrel, and they must have had like peanut butter or something on it,
There's something,
and
yeah,
they
there
were
was
trying to get to it. Yeah.
a
Wow.
ramp that ran up and
Yeah.
something up there that attracted the mice,
It just
and they go
funneled
up
them. Mm.
and into the drum, and this drum was just this boiling mass of grey, which was mice drowning. So what we need in the Western New South Wales is thousands of these angry ducks going as a mob and just eating the mice.
Charge!
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to
Well,
do my
there-
next.
there-
Safa's waiting to
There
connect
is
up as
there
well.
are YouTube videos of these like thousands of ducks that go
Yes.
from paddock to paddock,
Yeah,
and it's and I love every one of them because
Yeah.
ducks are the best.
ducks are pretty good. Yeah.
Well,
I had a pet duck.
you
I had a pet duck. when I
pet
was
ducks
growing up.
are so great. You've seen my apartment, Angry. Have you have you noticed how many little duck figurines I've got in my apartment?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah.
Ducks are the best. I really like ducks. I'm just putting that out there.
Putting it out there. That's okay.
Ducks
All
are
right,
I-
next cocktail.
I remember when I was young, we went down to the Yamundi butter factory markets, and they had ducks, chickens, you name it, any type of animal. And all my sisters went for the little tiny little cute bantam chickens. I was the only one who wanted the duck.
Ducks are the best. Chickens are like I saw a chicken, a bunch of chickens. We were looking after them because they belonged to the primary school that my stepkids at the time were going to, and because I had ducks, I've got the same setup for chickens, and these chickens, it started hailing, and the ducks immediately ran under the trampoline, and the chickens just stood there wondering why their heads were hurting.
They got very
And I had
tiny
to-
brains.
My
I had
family,
to go out. I had to go out and rescue these stupid chickens.
my family had a
from
chicken that was
hail.
afraid of heights.
I worked with someone who had a rescue duck, a pet duck that was a rescue, who was afraid of deep water. If the duck, she enjoyed swimming, but if her feet couldn't touch the bottom, it's all over. She would just start panicking.
Oh, poor ducky.
No,
I
this-
know, of all the
same chicken that
things.
was afraid of
ducks,
heights.
ducks are cool because they actually follow you when they're young.
Yeah.
Chickens
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, ducks are pretty cool.
Ducks imprint.
Have you guys
Yeah.
seen that old man who's going, oh, the secret to a long life is chicken brains? Have You seen him on telly?
Oh yeah, I saw a
He's on
Facebook
ABC
post
in the
about
morning.
that's
I reckon
horrifying.
he's having a land.
Sounds
Yeah.
like it.
Chicken brain. How are you
As
going to
if.
get at them anyway? The chicken brains.
What? That's a snack. You have to like. How many chickens like do you go through to sustain yourself? Like I know humans kill a lot of chickens, but
Pretty sure he was taking the
Come on.
Mickey.
Probably a
Like,
few.
apparently, last year he said it was all livers or something.
oh, okay.
Yeah, he's like 111
Well, I mean,
these days.
he is old, so he's doing something right.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, he's
point.
talking shit to media. That's a good idea. Yeah, they'll keep you young.
maybe that's what sustains him.
No.
You're talking about chickens. The same chicken that was actually afraid of heights. When I lived at Mum's place, I had my cat had caught a mouse, and the chicken came up and went, "I would like that," and the cat's just sort of put a paw on it. No, fuck you, that's mine. So the chicken pecked her in the nose and then took it.
Nice.
Fucking chicken used to intimidate the cats.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. We used to have problems with goannas a lot when we had chickens, and Dad would go, chuck it in, free feed for the chickens, and they would gorge on this goanna.
Ooh.
Oh my
Chickens will
god!
eat just about fucking anything.
They
It's
just
really
go,
funny.
you ate our eggs, and they just eat it a lot. Oh, my
it was
lord.
revenge. It's vengeance. Vengeance pecking. KFC, anyone? See, I know that they eat bugs, but I generally think of them as vegetarian as well, just like ducks.
Yeah,
Ducks are omnivores,
yeah, and so are chickens. Chickens will eat chicken.
little waddly omnivores, but
Don't, but they
Yeah.
will.
Yeah. You
KFC.
sad now.
I remember a couple of months ago. Actually, no, it was about a year ago. Will was like, we were out and about, and Will was craving, just absolutely craving, hot and spicy chicken. And I'm a vegetarian. I don't I haven't been to KFC in a long time, but he just would not stop bugging me. So I gave in, let him go get some. And we're eating, like he's eating his. I got some. I went to the bakery, so I had a crap dinner. He had a delicious dinner, and it was hot and spicy. He had it all over his hands, and then he went to the bathroom and forgot to wash his hands before he yeah.
Ouchie.
Yeah. Apparently it went all the way up into his foreskin, and yeah, the poor guy. You live and learn.
Fucking ow.
Yeah.
Did you just click, Nelly?
Yeah.
The same equipment. Do they?
Yeah. And you, well, I mean, you've got
don't
two
have any-
daughters. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I to this day I give Will shit about that. Yeah, because as a parent, it's my responsibility to give him
That
shit.
one's coming up at the 21st, isn't it?
Well, he turned 16 this year, so you know.
Oh god.
Not too far away, only 5 years. Five
Only
more
5
years
years.
of anecdotes to collect.
Yeah. The problem is he's got way more about me, and I forget most of his. So
But you haven't
He's got
forgot.
too much
Yeah,
Clearly
and on
haven't
the
forgotten that.
21st, he doesn't get a chance to get on the microphone.
Yeah. True.
He should be like completely laid out from drinking the yard glass for a start.
Yes.
That's a good point. Which will add to an anecdote for later.
For his 30th.
I still remember at my brother's 21st, he had a picture of himself wearing nothing but a guitar that his friends
That's
had taken of him.
artistic.
Yes.
Oh, that's mean.
And that was like front and center on this like board of embarrassing photos, and it was just so good.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that we still have yet to find a photograph that's going to top up Shaylee's her Nutella mask, which was like this. From when she was 18 months, she got into the Nutella jar. She's
Oh,
still
no.
eating it. There's this
When you
cute
really
video.
like Nutella.
There's this really cute video of her running around the house with like fists of Nutella, fists, like boxing gloves. And me running after her going, "Oh, baby, don't touch anything." Yeah. It ruined.
Parenthood.
She got into that, like, while her and her dad, while her dad and I were having a deep and meaningful, well, this is a very important conversation. We can hear noises going on in the background, but no, we've really got to finish this conversation. We finally come out and there's the old boxing glove, baby. Yeah. It ruined her sleep. It ruined her sleep cycles for about 2 months.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's all
She
right.
had to go at 8 o'clock at night, so she's just wired for hours afterwards.
You should have seen what my ex-brother-in-law's parents used to do to my oldest nephew. They would give him chocolate before they gave him back to my sister, and he would bounce around the house for hours on end. So high on sugar.
Oh my God.
God.
Don't do that. That's awful. That's so bad. At least, did they ever give the kid one of those little things with all the pew 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 noises on it? Like a clearing thing. Pew pew pew. Meow.
No.
Yeah.
My parents did one best. They gave him a drum set.
Oh, God.
No.
That's an expensive prank.
Yeah.
No, it's just a little drum
That's
set, not
next
the
level.
big one.
That is next level.
He's banging it.
Oh yeah,
man.
guns that go pew.
Oh,
And
yeah.
all sorts of
Otherwise known as
really
grandparent
good
revenge toys.
Yes. Luckily, our
I think if you really want to
grandparents
subject
live
people to pain, you give your
Other
child a kid's joke book, because somebody will get lumbered with the responsibility of
Oh, God.
patiently listening
So
to some of the
bad.
worst
And
jokes
having a
ever
laugh.
conceived by humankind.
And they're not even funny.
No, they're not even the least bit funny.
They're only funny if you've never heard jokes before.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember getting joke books for Christmas from my uncle. Pretty
'Cause
sure
the-
that's
the-
what that
the-
was
the
about.
People who assemble these joke books, I think they're trying to be really careful not to offend anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and to
Yeah.
cater to the lowest common denominator.
Yes, which is pretty fucking low.
Yes.
The only thing worse is Christmas cracker jokes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's so
let's not go
corny.
They're terrible.
Mm.
Next.
Next.
Next. Anybody
I
heard from that fella? Anybody heard from that guy named after a pest?
Locust
Trooper?
Trooper.
Yeah.
He was here before as
Oh,
a
was he?
different name.
made a couple of appearances under some false aliases and quickly got given the arse.
Yeah.
The Banhammer.
Yes.
Do love a band.
Out.
What was that? I missed that.
One of the world's
Take two.
smallest stock whips.
Oh, okay. Hoping
That's
it was
cute.
a cat.
I have cats. Cats!
Okay.
Oh, no, they're all
Yes.
curled up.
Yes, my cat's
Actually,
all curled up.
I haven't heard from the kitten in a while. I need to go see if he's okay. I'll be back in a
Kitten.
second.
Is it actually a kitten anymore?
He's still
Yes,
a kitten.
okay.
Like
Yeah,
he's
it's
a
only
lot
couple of
bigger, but
weeks.
yeah.
I remember a while ago this got announced on the news as the funniest joke in the world. And the joke is that there's a couple of people out bushwalking and one of them dies. His friend immediately calls the emergency services, and the operator says, what do you need? And he says, oh, well, I don't know. I was out bushwalking with a friend. My friend has fallen on the ground. I think he's dead. The emergency responder says, okay, well, stay calm. First thing we'll do is just make sure your friend is dead. And then you hear a firearm. And then, now what?
Say hello, kitten.
Sorry, where did you pick this one up? The
It was
news?
actually on the news years ago.
Oh my god.
I'm not making that up.
Are you in Queensland? You are, aren't you?
Yes. Is that obvious?
Yep. Oh, kitty. Hi, kitty.
No, Shieldsy. Abigail's wearing headphones so the cat can't hear you making those noises.
Oh damn!
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I can
All you're
make
doing is
I
making
can make
yourself look
cats go
stupid for nothing.
nuts. I can make cats go nuts. I know how to do the sound cats do when they fight.
what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, do it. I've got a couple of cats
It sends them nuts.
Yeah, my cats
thank
are
you.
fine.
It sends it nuts.
No, they're not even waking up for their. They're not even waking up for their food noise. So, oh, hang on, I see more. No, he's ignoring me.
Yeah.
It's all, what?
No, they're not moving.
Nah.
Low quality, dude. Just not working.
It's not working. My place is really small. It's really hard to get used to.
Who's this ugly fella?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I don't know. I think he's a host or something.
Nah. He's just a hanger on.
This is a drink my son invented, the Princess Bubblegum. So,
Oh, nice.
cool.
Yeah, that's a
Creamy.
great name.
creamy bubblegum vodka cocktail. It's very sweet. It's very sweet.
Sounds very girly. Sounds like a girly drink.
Girly,
That'll make it
cocktail,
popular.
girly dessert drink. This one. It's nice.
My favorite
We know
type.
you're girly.
I've got a real problem actually with those stereotypes. This is a lady's drink,
Yeah.
This drink that tastes like ass, that's the man's drink. Bullshit. I'm calling for that.
That's because masculinity wants to make every fucking thing into a challenge. You know,
Make everything painful.
Because
everything painful, everything's a challenge,
Hypermasculine
including
dudes.
music and drinks.
There's a name for it,
Sorry.
Ed. It's called toxic masculinity.
Mm,
yes,
yeah. So, I mean, would you call what I saw at the pub last week toxic masculinity or really confused masculinity?
It's fucking
I'd
weird.
call it
It was
exhibition of
confusing for
posserism.
me.
It's confusing me too. I don't know what those guys were trying to achieve. It's very weird.
The other weird thing was that I got cut off from alcohol. Not them, me.
because women are
That was
judged
really
more harshly
weird.
than dudes.
Yeah, that's
Sorry?
true.
Women are
Yeah.
judged way more harshly than dudes.
Well, one of the fellas who turned up with us, who was in a dinner suit and everything, he tried to buy a drink for me, and he had a Scottish accent. And the bartender who had cut me off said, "I might be English, but I'm not stupid." It was such a weird
Wow.
pub. I know. That's the weirdest time. I had a great time, but a weird time.
That reminds me of an expression that that I've heard overseas, and that is, you can always tell an Australian, but you can't tell them much.
Ah. Ah.
Sorry, I like that. That's a good one. I like that.
It sounds very likely, yeah. It's probably true.
I think that one's big in New Zealand. That expression.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can see
fair
that.
enough.
I'm down with that. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, as far as burns go, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, there was a girl a bartender at the pub previous to the one where I got cut off, and the bartender there, I taught her how to make a Godfather, like a sort of quick and dirty Godfather.
Yeah.
And then I told her to come and look for your angry cocktails.
Oh, nice.
So
Thank you.
yeah.
Had a
Hi,
plug-in.
lovely girl from the pub I went to on Friday, if you're watching. Probably not because you're at work. But maybe she sees it later.
She might.
But yeah, she wants to learn more about cocktails. She thought it was great to learn something new. She was cool. And then someone stole my drink. Fucking hell.
That's rude,
I couldn't
that
get any
Wow,
alcohol.
you had a hell of a night.
It was a very weird night. And it was all in this one small area, Banks Place. Yeah.
Were you
It was-
celebrating your birthday?
No, I wasn't celebrating my birthday. It was a friend and I wanted to show her my place, and then we thought we'd go and see what pubs are nearby. And then really late in the afternoon, she said, "Can you wear black tie? Come to this thing. I need someone to come with me." And I went, "No, I can't, but I can go buy something." So I did. And so I very suddenly found myself in formal wear at a formal cocktail party with a friend who was networking.
Okay.
And we made some friends, and we were all very dressed up, and we all tumbled out of the cocktail party, which ended quite early, like 11 or something, or 10 or 11. And we ended up at the pub across the road, and then the pub next to that. And I don't know what happened. And then I was in a taxi and I was coming home.
Oh, you'll have to come over for a stream night. Like Abigail came over last Friday night.
I saw that. Yes.
That was fun. That was lots of fun.
We'll
Yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah.
do another stream night. Go not
I
quite
think-
as extreme as New Year's Eve.
I'll try
Yeah.
not to fall off things.
But that's half the fun.
It's
Well,
true. That is fun.
Abigail, you were saying that was the least drunk you've gotten while at my place of the time.
Yeah.
Last Friday
Yeah,
night.
it
That's a hell of a
actually
statement.
was.
I love that.
My son Will like expected me to have like a massive hangover the next day, and I just didn't. And like he was
Well
really
done.
confused.
Probably because you drank for a very long time, and like you
Yeah,
actually
and I
could
didn't
space it out.
Yeah, and I only had like 2 or 3 cocktails.
About 3. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I ate a hearty meal beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
well,
helped
there you
a
go.
lot
Yeah,
too.
that really helps. Yeah,
That's good.
I ate
Yeah.
nothing that day. So the
Oh,
2 cocktails I
jeez.
had at the at the cocktail party with my friend, where she's trying to make good impression, went straight to my head.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. They did serve some finger food, but it all went past really quickly. It's like, here, have some Pickapoo, bye. And
I must say, I like it when the alcohol goes to my head.
I think an awful lot of being drunk has to do with being tired as well. Like you're just absolutely exhausted because you've been walking around far too much because you're full of sugar and excitement and hormones, probably because there are people of the desired sex around, and you get all very overexcited. And by 3 o'clock in the morning, you're collapsing. And
Yeah.
if you don't have a hangover the next day, it's because you're tired. Yeah, and dehydrated.
I remember one hangover. My best friend was relocating. I was 3 days out of a relationship breakup, and
You always
I was
drink
not-
too much afterwards.
I was at a friend's place and I didn't drive, which meant didn't have to be responsible.
Yep.
So it was a bottle and a half of wine later,
Mhm.
pretty much almost exclusively gone into me. I found myself very intoxicated, and then the next day somewhat hungover with a whole lot of manual labor to deal with.
Oh, gee.
It wasn't a good day.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Good boy,
no.
angry. Good boy, angry.
There's only
Eating
one
something.
thing.
A
Only
corn
one
chip.
thing that
Yeah, I know a corn chip.
It's
One
better
corn
than
chip.
anything.
there's
Better
only
than
one
nothing.
thing that comes close to trying to do manual labor on a hangover. It's trying to
Ooh.
do fucking Christmas Day on a hangover.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, that's painful. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah. Especially if you're a teenager and you weren't supposed to be drinking that much.
Yeah.
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 I remember once it was the day after I had gone to a rave at Crail Castle, and I'd like it was a Friday. It was on Friday, and went Friday night, and everyone came home on Saturday, and I'd cleared my entire weekend, and I was just hopping into bed to not sleep because you can't sleep a lot when you've had certain substances after a rave, but you need to like force yourself
Disco
to rest.
bickies.
Yeah, you need to force yourself to rest, even if you don't sleep. You're still resting. So I was doing that, and my phone rang, and my ex needed an emergency babysitter, and of course, I'm a parent. It's not actually babysitting. I just have a child, so I didn't even question it. I said yes, bring him over. And then, like after I hung up the phone, I realized, hang on, I still have drugs running through my system. So it was the best day for him ever. He was like 5 years old, and I was just a super parent, and he loved it. But I was like super paranoid I was going to do the wrong thing, and yeah, it was awkward as fuck. And I don't do it, kids. Don't do it, adults. Yeah.
Too much.
I
stress.
remember. I remember reading this article by Wendy Harmer about parenting and drunk, not drunk parenting, hungover parenting, where she would simply crawl into her kids' teepee house thing, the play teepees that they have.
Yep.
Crawl like halfway in because that's all of the adult that can fit, and just lie there and pretend to be having tea with the tea party and let them draw on her face. I can so see Wendy Harmer doing that.
Yeah,
What's
she's pretty
what's
good.
Safa talking about in the chat?
Oh, Safa's watching. He's watching us on one screen and Eurovision on another screen. So
Is that on?
Something about maybe.
Oh, and he's
I've
drunk.
never watched that.
And
it
he's
mentioned
drunk.
something about maybe joining after the voting was closed. So Safa might be waiting for a link.
no,
I once went to a Eurovision party and that was fun. That was good fun.
I
this is
don't
Andrew's well into Eurovision.
understand how and why is Australia in Eurovision?
Oh,
We're on
because
We have enough white
Opposite side of the
people.
world.
We have
Eurovision
enough
is a
white people.
feeling.
That's all. And it
Eurovision
annoys
is a
them.
feeling.
Apparently, we didn't make it.
And it annoys England.
So Eurovision is the vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's about
Marvo,
the
vibe.
They wanted it to go worldwide, but then it wouldn't be Eurovision anymore, would it? So this is sort of it's like a baby step. It's a baby step towards it.
We're a European colony, so. But I mean, it was always had places that weren't in Europe. Russia's not Europe. Russia's Asia.
Russia is both Asia and Europe.
Israel's
Yeah,
Israel's not Europe. Israel's the Middle East.
No, Israel is not in
No,
Europe.
it is. That's right.
I guess
So,
it really is
they
about the
want
vibe.
to expand it. They're just sort of doing it by baby steps.
It's marketing, basically. No one in the world is obsessed with Eurovision as much as Australians are. So it was a marketing
That's
thing.
so weird to me.
It is very weird. It's very weird. Absolutely weird.
Well, it's because it's so damn dorky. It's so dorky. How can you not love it?
We love the dorkiness of it.
What I really like is how you have all these highbrow musicians on it, and then you have like Gwar or
Yes.
so like some hardcore heavy metal band all dressed up as demons or something.
They have done that.
Yeah.
I love those moments.
I forget which country he was from, but a couple of years ago there was this guy who was like a indeterminate gender and sexuality vampire.
Yeah.
He sang in a falsetto and it was great. It was,
Okay.
You see lots of them on the goth scene. They should drag one of those out. Which reminds me, where's Grasshopper? Haven't seen Grasshopper tonight.
I haven't seen him for a little while. Maybe he's busy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm going to message him, actually. I'm going to find out where he is.
Yeah, because he often does his actual work in the evening, so he might be busy with work. Who knows?
Oh, right. Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh my god, it's getting cold tonight.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
that's
How
chill.
cold is it?
It's not that cold.
I just turned the heater off. Well, how cold is it where you are?
Freezing.
I
Can't you see I'm wearing a jacket?
It's probably like 25 Celsius.
I'm still wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Softy. Can't be that
How
cold,
hot is
Adam.
it here?
It's,
Hey, Google, what's the temperature?
18C here.
So
Eight degrees.
it's currently
to go bike riding in
8.6
18.
degrees. It's 8.6 degrees here.
Feels like
Yeah, that's getting a bit colder.
Yeah. Mind you, I went for a walk, but just like a moment ago, and it wouldn't have been much more than that, and I was fine. Like, you just walk it off.
I used to go bike riding in 18 degrees.
Yeah,
That's
18.
hot.
That's warm.
That's t-shirt and shorts for a
It's
bike
not
ride.
that cold. I don't really notice the cold here very much. The front wall of this house is like the house is mounted, so the long wall is getting the afternoon sun, and a lot of the inner walls are fibro. So this house is basically a fucking oven all year round. So in wintertime, this place is freaking tops because you just close the door and it's like it's not cold. It's just not.
Try and live on an island.
If I put, that'd probably be a bit different. If I put a jacket on, I would be sweating.
Oh, and it
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
help
kinda-
where
I'm
I
looking
live
at
is
this
the point.
building.
So I have water on
Now-
both sides. Oh,
Safa,
God.
have a look in the comments. That's fucking cold.
Oh,
Oh,
That's
fuck
cold.
that. No.
that's freezing nuts off. Oh,
That's
well,
that's the laundry detergent turning into a slushy cold.
That's cold. That's cold. Oh, have you seen those videos where the guy takes a pot of boiling water off the stove, opens the window, throws it out, and it turns into snow midair?
Yes.
I have
Yeah,
not
they're in
seen
Siberia.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fucking cold. Holy shit, that is fucking cold.
oh, they
That's a bit
do that
chilly.
in Canada as well. They go outside. Just,
Siberia is insanely cold.
oh.
Yeah, don't fuck with those people. Anyone who can withstand that's a hardy motherfucker.
Yep. I want to go
I-
on the Trans-Siberian Railway because I hear it like it. Do any of you guys have the Calm app? You can get these lovely sleep stories, and I love the train ones. Now I need to go on the Trans-Siberian Railway.
Safa says, I was born in Siberia, don't fuck with me.
Yeah, good call.
Fair enough.
Noted. Don't upset Safa.
we,
Safa's hardy.
we merely adopted the cold. Suffer was born in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's made of it.
That was a joke from Christopher Nolan's Batman.
Bane.
I wonder how a friend of my family's doing. He's down on what's the name of the island? It's near the south. Damn it, not Tasmania. Further down. Damn it, can't think of the island. But he's down on one of the research groups down the Arctic
Antarctica?
there. No, it's not Arctic. It's actually an island before you get to Arctic.
You know, you could
Oh.
Google it.
Damn it. Trying to think off the top of my head.
See, there's your problem.
Let me see. I'll be
Adam,
back.
why don't you just use Google? You're on the internet.
No, I'll just click on this Facebook and I'll find out what it is. Oh, no, that's not it. That's it. Oh, there we go.
Well, while we're waiting for you to figure that out, I'll do another voiceover for a commercial I recorded.
Yes, please.
Hey kids, you tired of being told what to do by your parents?
Oh.
It's time to move out while you still know everything. Anus Realty offers a wide variety of properties for you to lease or buy. We'll take all of your money and offer you a turd box for a home. AnusRealty.com. 1234 5666. That's 1234 5666.
Nice.
Macquarie Island.
Okay.
Oh, Macquarie Island. where the
Macquarie.
big thing is, yeah.
He's down there. Small group of people because they're doing the they're there for overwinter. So
Yeah.
he's the head fire chief, and he's one of the what do you call them, tradies. That's it. So he does all the repairs while they're down there as well. So fun ahead for him. He's there for 18 months.
Just hanging out with the penguins.
Yeah, I do the other two commercial voiceovers, but I can never get the script right in one take because they're high speed. They're both
back in a
they're
sec.
both one of them's a whitewater rafting commercial, and the other one's for a bungee jumping experience. And they both allude to them being dangerous and poorly guided. You know, like conquer your fears by jumping off a bridge. Nothing says fuck you to fear like attaching a bungee cord to your legs and then jumping off something high, trusting in the hope that your guide did their job to properly ensure your safety.
I think probably my favorite joke one of the bungee jumping things did when they get someone to jump off and they go like 1, 2, 3, and then someone behind them throws off a bungee rope as they go and goes, oh my God, it's not tied on. And the person goes over the edge, seeing this bungee rope falling with them.
That is so cruel.
I know. It's
Funny,
pretty,
but very cruel.
So they have the few seconds of falling, going, oh my God, I'm going to die. And then catches and they go. But yeah, that's a pretty messed up thing to do.
Yeah. You get back off there, and after you've emptied the turds out, you beat the living shit out of your guide who did that to you.
It was like various places in China, they have these glass bottom bridges over these things where you're going up the side of a mountain or something. And one of them had like a joke thing built into it. You can see videos of it on YouTube. Where it's not glass, it's actually video screens. And the person walk over and it starts like cracking and they freak out and jump on the side and all this stuff. And it's like, ha ha, funny. But twice in the last year, a couple of less well-made tourist glass bridges have actually broken while people have been walking across
There
them.
was a woman or a guy the other day. The wind just blew the glass out, and he's like holding on to on the beams.
The guy was holding on for like 15 or 20 minutes until they could get a rescue to him.
Yeah,
so
that's fucked up. You know, the TV screen thing, somebody did a similar gag with an elevator. They put TV screens in the floor and then made it look like the floor broke away just to fuck with people's head.
Yep.
And of course they videoed that. And there's a whole lot of people clambering to the sides of the elevator. They haven't noticed the fact that they actually didn't follow the floor out.
Yeah, it was just
it's just you fuck with someone's head. The instinct is to believe what you see.
It's like at the Eureka Tower in Melbourne. Oh, years ago now, they opened this observation thing. It's a little glass cube that slides out the side of the building, and the bottom of it's glass, so you're like looking straight down.
Hell no. Yeah.
Well, when they opened it,
I'm not going to do that.
I've been on that, and it was fucking amazing. I loved every minute of it.
You're crazy.
The person running it apparently has a sense of humor when he had all the media there for the launch and he's getting people to go out on it. Didn't have anything as sophisticated as a video screen on the bottom, but they had this recording of like grinding metal and breaking glass. And they played it as the thing slide out, and all the journalists in there freak out. He's going, it's a joke. And some of them are like hanging on to the edge going, what the fuck? And he's going, it's totally safe. And then he goes into the middle of this glass floor and starts jumping up and down and like slamming his feet down going, it's totally safe. And apparently there's like one of the journalists who's curled up in a ball in the corner of the thing going, stop it, stop it, stop it. And was just absolutely freaking out. Got to love your work, I suppose. So, Yeah, but the guy running the Eureka Tower glass cube loves fucking with people.
I eventually managed to find enough courage to step out onto a glass section of floor at the Sky Tower in Auckland. It took me the better part of half an hour to actually manage to step out onto it and not curl up into a tight ball, but I did it. Because it's just the most unnatural thing to step onto something like that, because you're very high up.
I tell you one thing, I went up the top of Q1 on the Gold Coast years back during a YouTube meetup down there. Oh my god, it's so scary. You actually feel the wind
So
blowing
I have
against the cell. It's like, oh my lord.
You know how some people have a fear of heights?
Me.
I have the exact opposite of that. I'm the idiot who, at the top of a high rise, is hanging over the edge, and I have no fear of heights whatsoever. It's
Oh my god.
just a thing.
I remember in
Yeah.
Billy Connolly's world tour, he talked about a friend of his he knew. He said he had inverted vertigo. He got all giddy when he wasn't high.
But
See, this is the thing about me.
Connolly.
I can rock climb, but I cannot abseil.
I
no,
haven't
that's
tried
pretty
either, so I
common,
can't
actually.
comment.
Going up is much easier than coming down.
Grasshopper.
Grasshopper!
Welcome to the madhouse.
I mentioned you just
hey,
before.
grasshopper!
How are we all doing?
I sent him
good.
a text message.
That you did, my darling. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too badly. What on earth are you playing?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I thought you
Can
meant
you hear it?
Shieldsy. Because he
No,
seems to be playing some sort of Assassin's Creed game.
No, I can
I-
see the
it's
reflection in your
cold.
glasses. I'm thinking it's Factorio.
Oh, it's not actually. It's called Nimbatus. It's it's very
Game?
similar. You build drones and launch them, and you can program them with logic, and it's very awesome. You can build automated death machines. Yeah, it's lots of fun. Also, since I've got you, can you see these crappy lines on the edge of my monitor?
Yes, I do. Yes,
Oh
I can.
no. I've
I've
seen
tried-
those.
Panels fucked.
I've tried changing cables. I've even changed the port I plug it into on both the monitor and the computer. Hasn't affected it.
I think your panel's
It's-
fucked, Abigail.
Yeah,
I think
it's
the
the
panel is
monitor.
fucked, which is crap because this monitor is a year old and it cost a fortune.
What's the bet the manufacturer used an AU Optronics panel?
There's two things to try with that, Abigail. First is uninstall and do a full uninstall of all of your graphics card drivers. Download the latest ones and install them and see if that helps. If
Okay.
that doesn't work, then grab any
So
other
what?
work. Sorry?
Uninstall the NVIDIA graphics drivers and reinstall them.
Everything to do with NVIDIA, uninstall all of it, and download the latest drivers from the NVIDIA website and install that. If that doesn't fix it, try a different monitor and see if you've got the same lines. If you've got the same lines, then it's a GPU issue. If you don't, then it's a monitor issue.
Well,
probably do the monitor first.
I've got tons of monitors here. None of them have those lines. And when I was at your place, the monitor I used didn't have those lines either on
Yeah.
the same port. So
I'd
thinking it
might-
It is something that I have seen where the getting rid of and reinstallation of graphics card drivers has fixed that for other people before.
okay, well,
It was worth a try.
I know what I'll be doing soon after the stream, I guess.
So how's the new place working out for you, Nettie?
I keep getting lost, but that's okay. And it's really, really small.
Nettie, you need
I,
to set your home address in your GPS.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Google Maps got me more lost. When I went to go and see Aidsy with Abigail, and I had to leave early and try and find Flagstaff Station, Google Maps got me really confused.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that's happened to me before.
yeah. So I
And
just have to get used to being around here. That's all.
And how is the Aidsy coming along? Is he recovering or?
He's out of hospital. I know this because I went to go and
Apparently
see
he's
him,
been
and
He's gone AWOL.
he's absconded.
We discussed maybe calling AT up, but we thought better of it because he may be sleeping, and since sleeping and AT don't always go well together, if he's sleeping, let's let that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
let the
Yeah.
Aidsy get his sleep. That's for sure.
So he missed out on his lemon tart and apple danishes and some chocolate. But I have hung on to the chocolate orange for him in case I see him. And
Lena said to say hello to you, by the way, Abigail.
Oh,
so
hello.
Abigail.
Wow.
Sorry.
What?
Hang on. We have a.
Hello. How are ya?
She is currently playing World of Warcraft.
No, no.
Oh,
I realised how stupid
okay.
we probably all looked waving because I'm guessing that the screen
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
facing.
Yeah, you can't see us.
That was funny. We're all waving. Yeah.
It's the thought that counts. It's the
We're a
thought
bunch
that
of
counts.
idiots. We're a bunch of idiots.
Oh dear.
We all just carried on like a bunch of fuckwits.
Just business as usual.
I
man.
realized right at the end of waving. Oh, hang on, she can't see us. But I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to look like an idiot. And then everyone had to go and say it.
It's like my
Yeah.
classic example in early 2019, trying to pick up a deaf friend of mine at the train station. They started walking away from my car, so to try and get their attention, I bipped the horn.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
As you
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I had to kind of accelerate up in front of them and kind of wave my hand out the window. But yeah, it's just the initial reaction of like bip the horn, and I was like, oh yeah,
Instant.
fuck it.
Yep.
Yeah, now
because
it would have been
waited
funny
on
if
my
they turned
brain
back at
trains.
you when it happened.
Bloody hell! I got to tell you guys. The other day, I saw 3 guys beating up on an old guy. So I thought, fuck it, I better jump in here. So I jumped in. The old bastard didn't stand a chance against all 4 of us.
Angry's
Angry is
checking out in the
laughing
back.
at that one. Yeah.
He's checking out. Oh, so you're beating up on Angry.
That would be my luck, yes.
No, a friend of mine said that to me in a text the other day, and I just cacked myself. I thought it was brilliant.
Yep.
Oh man.
I'm enjoying the distinguished streaks of grey in your beard there. They look lovely.
Yeah. No, my Eleanor calls me her silver fox when I've got this going on. And it was really funny. A couple of years ago, a friend of mine was getting married, and his wife was like, I want to get the grey out of your beard. I want to dye your beard like proper black so that way it like suits your hair and all of that. And I'm like, okay, then, it's your wedding. Cool, whatever. So she sits me down. She has like a little studio out her backyard, and sat me down in her studio and like dyed my beard and all of that, which was a interesting experience. But when it was all said and done, like we went off, we did the wedding, got all the photos taken, all of that, it looked fine. And I think I kept it for about another week, and I'm like, it doesn't look right anymore. So I just shaved the whole lot off and let it grow back.
She could have just sprayed it.
Talk to her. I just said yes.
Don't argue with women when it comes to hair.
Self-preservation would when they grasshopper.
Say that again. Sorry, nobody.
about the saying, yes, any man with a sense of self-preservation. Safest answer, isn't it?
So,
Yep, you're right.
funny
I'm
story.
wrong. Whatever you need.
Quick funny story. The night that I proposed to my
Yes,
now
that was
wife,
a sexist statement.
we were out the front of the restaurant after the whole proposal had been finished and everybody had gotten over the initial shock, and everybody's starting to walk past and like, congratulations, oh my God, so happy for you, blah, blah, blah. And towards the end of it, I'm standing there with my wife, and like holding hands with my wife, and my dad comes up to me and he puts his hand on my shoulder and he goes, "Now, son, I've got the secret for you to any happy marriage in the world." And it just comes down to 2 simple words. And I went, "What's that?" And he's gone, "Yes, dear." And I've looked at Eleanor and she's like, "I swear to God, if you ever," and I went, "Yes, dear." She punched me and I deserved it.
Probably fair enough, I guess.
That's fair.
Yes, dear.
The one thing that Eleanor cannot say is that I'm not willing to take my comeuppance. The amount of times that I've done incredibly horrible things or said incredibly horrible jokes, and like I know that it's going to get me whacked, and I just kind of stand there and just kind of brace for it. Like, this is going to happen.
I mean, when you say it during sex, like, you kind of deserve that.
Abigail, I have told you not to repeat the stories that Eleanor tells me to her off doing your thing. Okay? Yours and Eleanor's bedroom, yours and Eleanor's pillow talk is between you two. I don't want to know anything about it.
It's like that old
I'm
joke
having a great night for this.
that old joke about English people's pillow talk, like sexy talk, is like, oh heavens, I'm arriving. It's like
that the Family Guy cutaway is the one that always comes to mind. It's like, we get really great cable here, including that really high production English porno, and it switches to like an English guy and an English woman in bed, covers up, guys on top, and he's just looking at it going, almost. There we are. Jolly good show.
Wow.
Let's all mock the English.
They kind of bring it upon themselves, you got to admit.
Definitely.
Credit where it's due. They can take a bit of abuse. So the English can laugh at themselves.
My wife's sister, so my sister-in-law, her husband's brother, so whatever that relation is to me, my sister-in-law's husband and his brother-in-law, they're all from England. So there's always plenty of English and Tom jokes and whatnot going on. And it's the great contrast is for all of the jokes that we've got about the English, replace the word English or Pom with Australian, and they say the exact same thing about us. So,
yeah, sheep fucking jokes.
New Zealand and Australia, actually.
I'll be back in a sec.
No worries. No, I thought in America that they would have the sheep fucking jokes about Kiwis, but no, they think it's Scots. They lay into the Scots for fucking sheep apparently. So guess it just depends on where you come from.
Oh, they say it about the Welsh as sorry, the English say it about the Welsh as well.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah. One of my cousins was in the United States. Now he lives in Hobart. And the person he met, when he said, he's from Hobart, they're going, "Where's the other head?"
Oh, God.
He's just going, "How the hell did you know about that joke?"
How do you find a virgin in Tasmania? You find a sister that can run faster than her brothers.
Yeah.
Well, the New Zealand joke, the definition of virgin wool. Well, it just means the sheep are a bit quicker than the shepherd.
Yeah.
You heard about the guy over in New Zealand that won the Nobel Prize? Velcro gloves.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Yep. We're descending to a new low.
Hey, Angry, did you know how the
Oh my God, it's not even midnight yet.
Do you know how the Kiwi found the sheep in the long grass?
How did Kiwi find the sheep in the long grass?
Quite nice, actually.
Oh God. Oh dear.
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck
dear.
one goat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a joke. It's one of those stories that you hear. Probably got around in emails, and when that was how we passed memes around. So there was the farmer who wanted to breed sheep. Not the most educated man, you know, and he'd read about what signs to look for, you know, to see if they were pregnant. And he was doing his research, and he'd come up with this thing that he might have to try artificial insemination, you know, and impregnate them himself. Now he didn't bother to find out that you actually use sheep to do that. So he thought, well, I've got to impregnate them myself then, you know. So each day he'd take the ewes in his Land Rover out to a secluded location and try and impregnate them, and then come back.
Yeah.
You know, he gets up the next day, looks out the window, and they're not showing any signs of being pregnant. So he repeats the cycle. After about the second week running of doing this, he's feeling pretty tired. So he asks his wife to just look out the window to tell him, are the sheep doing that thing? And she says, no, they're all in the Land Rover, and one of them's beeping the horn.
No, a Kiwi went for his driving lesson, and the driving instructor turned around to him and said, "Oh, so can you make a U-turn?" He goes, "Oh, mate, I can make its eyes water."
Jesus. Good God. Okay, I'm gonna let you keep telling fucking Kiwi jokes. I've got one more cocktail. I'm gonna make a
You sure you trust us with your channel, Angry? We might get it taken down.
You can't do anything worse than I normally do. So
that's a point.
So this will just take 10 minutes for me to do this. So I'll
no worries.
I'll go and get the stopwatch.
Yep, no, your microphone's off. You're all good.
Yeah, he's very ugly.
No, what's the other one? What do you call a Kiwi in a suit? The defendant.
That one's bad. Oh yeah, that was bad.
What did one statue say to the other statue in New Zealand? Statue, bro.
I hope no one from my church is watching. There's a couple of Kiwis in my church's congregation.
Hey, all of the Kiwis.
One of them is the priest.
Yeah. I'm half Kiwi.
Kiwis.
Hang on.
Awesome. A good sense of humor.
I'm on Discord with my friends, and they can hear your shit jokes, and they literally just went, "Really, the statue robot joke, really?"
Apparently, Lena's friends can hear me in Discord, and they were like, "Oh God, he just really cracked off the statue joke, really." All right then. Okay, Nettie, I got a joke for you, darling.
Oh no! What?
What is the ultimate definition of self-deception?
Morpheus. Sorry,
No.
no, I don't know.
Faking an orgasm while having a wank.
Ah! Why was that for me?
Just to see your reaction.
Well, you know what the height of conceit is, don't you? It's
What's
calling
that?
out your own name during orgasm.
Did you know that there's 3 different types of orgasms in the world there, nobody? There's the agreement orgasm, the oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. The religious orgasm, oh God, oh God, oh God. And the fake orgasm, oh Shannon, oh Shannon, oh Shannon.
This was legitimately on a church's billboard. Lying on your back on a Sunday morning screaming, "Oh God," does not constitute as attendance.
Yeah, I got a little anecdote for you. It's not actually a joke, but it's just a little anecdote. When I'd broken up with a boyfriend and I was living in Yarraville, and the Greek guy who ran the cafe around the corner, he got to know me, and and he could see that I was sad and everything. And he was saying, "You should go out with an Irishman." And I was like, "What?" Yeah, a young Irishman. I was like 29 at this point. I said, "Why?" He goes, "Well, my favourite memories are of an Irish girl who was in bed always calling out, 'Oh, you're sending me to the devil! Oh, you're sending me to the devil!'" He goes, "I really love that."
I had the stereotypical moment years ago. I went out to a friend's birthday out at a pub in the city, and quite a few of their friends who were arriving who I'd never met before. And this one girl arrives, and she's got red hair like down past her knees. She's a little bit taller than me. Freckles, like lots of freckles from head to toe. And she's got like, this thick Irish accent, and it was just my complete kryptonite. I've met this lady and just been immediately. Oh yeah, no, I've just gone completely weak at the knees. And started talking to her, and turns out we've got the same taste in music. We've got a similar sense of humor. We read the same books. We're into the same movies, the same TV shows. She was a full sci-fi geek. And I'm like, oh, this is going great. This is going fantastic. And about 2 hours into meeting this girl and things are going great, her girlfriend walks in.
I was about to say, the next line I was expecting to hear was, "We have the same taste in women," it turns out.
Yeah, almost. No,
sounds like I missed out on the start of a great story then, or a bad story. I don't know yet.
No, about meeting a girl at a bar through a mutual friend, and how she was my absolute kryptonite, and everything was going off well, and then her girlfriend walked in. And the funny thing is, her and I are we're still great friends to this day. The girlfriend that walked in is now her wife, who affectionately refers to me as the other woman in the relationship. Yeah, we all hang out, we all have a great time, and she's just loads of fun. But it's a common joke amongst us and my wife and all of that. It was just, I had that quintessential moment that you hear, the stereotypical Hollywood-centric, girl meets really attractive guy and he ticks all of the right boxes, and then the guy's boyfriend walks in. Yeah, I had that. Just switch the genders.
We were talking about toxic. We were talking about toxic masculinity before.
Okay.
And here's a joke that's definitely not politically correct. In fact, it's probably outright offensive.
Try me.
You know why women have so much trouble finding really gentle, sensitive men?
Because they've already got boyfriends.
Yep.
It's the oldest joke in the book, that one. It's the oldest joke in the book. Yeah. No, it's
There's a book of jokes that catalogs every single joke in the world ever.
Yes, I'm writing it if you don't blame
that
my
was the
Abigail.
first one.
Yes, a lot of figures of speech tend not to withstand close scrutiny, it turns out, Abigail.
Not around Abigail, they don't know.
No.
Abigail graduated from Joke Killington College many years ago.
And proud of it.
Yeah. Speaking of killing jokes, how's Will going?
He's fine. He's at my ex's place at the moment.
Goodness. And
Not
how's his
jokes?
How's his little PC upgrade going for him? Is he still enjoying that?
He is, yes. But he also recently got he had his 16th birthday, and I got him a PS4. So he's
nice.
like swapping between the two.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The regs.
So long as he comes back to PC Master Race, then all is forgiven.
Absolutely, yes.
If he doesn't, he's just gonna have
primarily uses. He mostly uses the PlayStation to watch YouTube in bed, which is fine. I can cope with that.
It's a good use of the PlayStation. I remember, I think it was the PS2, when before it had been released, one of the Sony spokesmen did the worst thing that anybody could ever do, and threw down the gauntlet to the internet basically, and said this console will be unhackable because so many people have hacked the original PS1. Yeah, and threw down that gauntlet with the PS2.
Yeah.
I think it took about 10 days after it was released and it was hacked and working fine and all of those sorts of different things. And a friend of mine had a hacked PS2 and that was fine. Oh, nobody's got a kitty. Oh, pretty kitty. Yeah, no, so he was enjoying the PS2, that was fine. But there was something going wrong with it where he couldn't do particular types of media with it, like it was driving him absolutely nuts. So rather than rehack the PS2, he went out and got an Xbox, the old school, like proper big box Xbox bloody things. And yeah, promptly hacked the boot OS in that, because they didn't have hard drives. But what you could do is, if you had the time, the patience, and the ability, you could solder in this other EEPROM chip, and you could put in a different switch for the power switch. And if you hit it in one way, it'd boot as normal Xbox. If you hit it in another way, it'd boot up into this hacked Xbox thing. And of course, the hacked Xbox thing, as a gigantic stuff you to Microsoft, had Linux on it, of course. And he had all of his media centers and all of that sort of stuff through his Xbox. And the funniest thing is, as new Xboxes came out, he would buy the new Xboxes, not because he was interested in any of the games, but because he wanted to keep his media center going with the latest, greatest hardware. And it's just the most ridiculous reason. Just the most ridiculous reason to buy a console, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
That's great.
Oh, man. So is it getting chilly down there now, Abigail?
It is currently about 8 degrees.
8 degrees. It was a balmy 4 degrees the other night out here. What are we at the moment? We are at 9 degrees with an overnight low of 6. So,
not bad.
But I am not going to go outside because wind is blowing out there, and that wind chill factor is going to make it feel like it's -9. Nettie, I'm eating. No one needs to see that. Well, it depends on what you're eating, Nettie. Okay, nobody's going to go with that joke. Cool. Salad. And chicken. Okay. Nobody, if you're talking, mate, you're still muted.
Yes, I am still muted.
Don't you hate that?
So is it still nice and balmy up in Canada for you too, or what?
It's cold.
Nobody in Shieldsy, you're both Queenslanders. I'm wondering how cold it is up there at the
moment.
moment.
It is 18, apparently.
Oh
18.
my god, it's 6.6 at Kingaroy. Oh my god, that's cold.
Yeah, that's pretty chilly.
It's so
I'm talking
cute that you think that's cold.
That's cold for Queensland.
Yeah, it's getting down there a little bit for Queensland.
Okie 7.4. It's showing they don't have Apple for. Actually, I could probably look it up. Give me a sec. Where are we? Apple.
But if you lovely people will excuse me, I'm just going to go use the facilities and grab myself a drink. I'll be right back.
Be sure to turn your mic off.
Sure.
Come on, where are we? Nope. It's only, oh no, they haven't done temperature since 3 p.m. Damn.
So, in boring news, I did some cleaning today. because my house looked like it hadn't been cleaned for about half a year. And there's a good reason for that. It's because, you guessed it, it hasn't been cleaned for half a year.
Okay.
One of the things I did was try and vacuum some of the dirt and grit and whatever out from between the keys and the keyboard. Now, there's a bit of a problem with doing that with my keyboard. The vacuum cleaner basically sucks the keys off it. A little workaround. I used this microfiber towel and I held that over the end of the vacuum cleaner nozzle so that it couldn't draw the keys in through it.
Well, that's either a weak keyboard or a strong vacuum cleaner.
Well, it's a 1400 watt Dyson.
Okay.
And the keys are very easy to take off because, well, you know, it's just a matter of pick them up. They come off the switches very easily.
Okay. Need new keycaps.
I think they're designed to come off easily so that you can clean it and maintain it well.
Okay. But not that easily.
Well, there's nothing to stop them coming off. There's no little clip. There's no little locks or anything on there. There's no little clips that just slide straight on. And I'd say it's just my intention, the manufacturer. You'd hope so, because it's like a $300 keyboard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Razer Black Widow Ultimate Stealth.
Razer peripherals are overpriced pieces of junk.
Well, they're probably one of the more expensive things you can buy, but it's better than your average shit.
True.
Hey,
True.
I got average
But-
shit and it's good.
I go with Logitech for all my peripherals, and it's never done me wrong ever. And I've had shit last for
What the
Yeah, okay.
hell?
nice.
That's a Cooler Master, but with custom keycaps.
Cool.
Yeah, Cooler Master's not a bad brand.
I like them.
I think I've got my water cooling is Cool Master.
Hey, nobody. How do you make a woman have an orgasm?
Oh god.
Who cares?
Give her my number.
Ah!
I kid you not. Last Friday night, a woman was trying to hint at a one night stand, and you know, she because I said no, relationships are overrated. Cannot be bothered getting into one, and she said, "Yeah, I can agree with that. It's nice to get great sex from time to time, though." And I said, "Well, I wouldn't know. It's been too bloody long." And you know, that didn't lose her interest. It's amazing.
Oh man.
He's this
I should
ugly
have said
guy.
I wouldn't know. I've never had great sex and I've never performed it. That might have dropped the hint later. Next time, I'll keep that one for next time. Maybe I'll just tell the next time I get a woman hitting on me. Maybe I'll just tell her I'm impotent or something.
So angry. What drink did you end up making, Matt?
This is because
I'm a cougar magnet.
Mint Julep Day is coming up. So this is New Orleans Mint Julep. It's based around Sazerac. So it's a split base. It's got cognac, rye whiskey, bourbon whiskey, a little bit of sugar syrup, and of course mint, because it's a mint julep.
Nettie just said in the chat that she thinks that they're yummy.
Very refreshing. What are you doing in the private chat? Mint juleps are yummy. Yes. Why is Nettie putting all the stuff in private chat? Oh,
Because apparently she's eating salad and chicken, and we don't need to see that. Apparently,
that's fair. That's fair. So, all right, that's fair. So that's all my video drinks done. Now, from now on, the drinks will just be for fun. So
let's see how drunk we can get him.
Yeah, it's only 11:30. There we go.
Famous last words.
So,
Look, I mean, angry is kind of funny when he's drunk, but personally, I think Abigail is hilarious when she's pissed.
How often have you seen me drunk though?
Only once on live stream, and it was hilarious.
New Year's Eve.
And
Yeah, that was the New Year's Eve party.
oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I was pretty drunk.
Nettie says, "What about me? What am I like?" Nettie, you're more talkative.
Yes.
Yeah, you're very talkative when you're drunk. But yeah, no, I'm not a pleasant person to be around when I'm drunk, so I just don't drink.
That's fair. So I was using my Rittenhouse Rye 100 proof, so 50% alcohol, and Wild Turkey 101, also 100 proof. So it's got a bit of teeth, this drink.
Did I just hear a bell on the stream?
Yeah, I could have heard.
my phone.
Yeah,
Someone's phone.
Mine.
That's it. Ah, there was nobody. Okay.
I make sure that I know when my phone goes off.
Nobody's phone went off.
Oh,
See, it's funny because nobody's using screen name is nobody, and also by saying nobody's phone went off, it implies that it wasn't a phone that went off. So that's why it's
Yeah,
funny.
you
And
know-
explaining
it's-
jokes always makes them funnier.
Mm.
And
I disagree.
that is
I
a
think
hill
he killed
I
it.
will die on.
I
That
think
is
it
like-
absolutely killed it. Actually,
I dated someone who also thought that explaining jokes was made it funnier, and we both had a blast with it. It was amazing.
nice.
Yeah.
well,
With
everyone else
every
was
joke,
rolling
we would
their
explain
eyes.
it.
a friend of mine put up this one of those bloody horrible trivia links on their Facebook, and it's 60% of the Lord of the Rings fans can't answer all of these questions correctly.
Oh, get fucked! And they're the easiest questions ever.
They really are, yeah. Like the Lord of
Um,
the Rings movies are based on a novel by which author? Gee, I wonder. The only way
I'm gonna dip out, guys.
Oh,
Oh,
okay then.
Okay.
I'm really tired, so you
Have a
have
good
a
one,
great
Chelsea.
night.
No.
Glad to have you with us,
Don't
mate.
overdrink,
Prosper.
angry, and make sure you drink water.
You're
Drink
the only
water.
one.
Thanks, Mum.
You're the only one who stops me, Shieldy, and you're leaving, so it's all over now. It's all over.
Remember to drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive because you might spill your drink, and that would be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
Abigail, you know what the difference is between a country driver and a city driver?
What's
What?
that?
A city driver goes, "Oh shit, we're gonna crash." A country driver turns around and goes, "Hold me fucking rum. Watch this for skill."
Well, I'm gonna do it, angry.
Oh,
All right.
he's gone.
Oh,
Mid sentence. There we go.
a friend of mine lived in Cairns for a while, and he grew up in Melbourne, so he was a city kid, but he moved to Cairns for some reason. And he was driving home from the pub one night, absolutely plastered, like could barely walk, and yet decided to drive home. And sure enough, a cop pulled him over on his way home, and he was gone. He was so drunk, and the cop just said to him, "Just drive carefully. Don't let me catch you doing it again." Because there are so few cars in Cairns
Yeah.
that, like, he's like not at that time of night. He's probably not going to see another car.
Yeah.
And this was like 30 odd years ago. So
I have a drink driving joke or drink driving related joke.
Yeah.
yes,
I may have told this one before, but we'll see. So there's a cop waiting around a venue, around the car park to a venue. There's a lot of drinking going on, and he's watching the various people exit the venue and walk out of the car fairly casually. One man walks quite, zigzag, a bit wobbly, looking very, very intoxicated. Tries his key in about 3 different cars before he opens the door to the correct one. Eventually finds his way into the car and starts the engine. Reverses and then drives forward a few times before eventually getting out of the car parking space. Meanwhile, the other people have fucked off. The cop is just going, got this cunt. He gets to the driveway, on go the lights, pulls him over. With a smile on his face, he says, would you mind blowing into this? Does the spiel. The guy blows into it. 0. Cop says, that's odd. The machine must be broken. The driver says, I doubt it. I'm the designated decoy.
Oh.
I'll just tell you a true story, allegedly.
By the way, don't do
that.
that.
Who remembers
we'll get
Andrew
charged.
Denton?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Big fan
Andrew-
of his.
Yeah.
Money of the Gun.
Andrew Denton
Enough
went
rope.
to the. Andrew Denton went to the same university I went to, but a few years before me. And why he was famous before he got on TV at the university, because there was a particular road that one of the entrances to the college was known as College Drive, and it was a very poorly maintained little sort of single lane track, and it was full of potholes, and it was just fucking terrible. And he was coming back to campus one night up that lane in his car, and he may or may not have been impaired, but the road is so bad he lost control and crashed his car and ended up, he broke both his legs, like compound fractures in both his legs. So
Ouch.
he ends up in hospital, like in traction, the whole thing with both legs suspended up on
Is that
things.
why he's so short?
Yeah, he lost half his legs. Yeah. So
Damn.
Wow.
he didn't. But the legs were broke. So but this is why he was famous for this line. He was in hospital and people were visiting him because he had friends. He was popular, and someone was trying to cheer him up. They didn't really know any of the circumstances of the accident. He's just like, here, and he's trying to make it, it's not your fault, mate. And he goes, oh, that's okay. I heard the other guy was drunk. And Denton went, well, he must have been fucking pissed because he was driving a tree. And
I've always loved Andrew Denton.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a smart fucker.
he is.
Ah,
That's
yeah.
a good one. That's a
I
good
miss him. Why is he not on telly anymore? He should be.
Because he had
Good question.
he had a bunch of mental health issues. He
Ah.
has been producing stuff for years. But
Yeah, no, he's been staying in the background.
Yeah, he had a bunch of quite severe mental health issues, and he didn't want to be on camera anymore. Who knows?
Yeah,
He might
no,
return, but he's
Yeah.
been producing stuff for years. So yeah,
I'd love to see his return personally, but I can understand why he's gone to the back of the camera now.
Yeah, I can
he's
totally
he's a
understand that.
Very good interviewer. There's some podcasts
Yeah.
of his interview shows you can get. He's a very good interviewer. But the one I'll always remember is I forget the cricketer's name, but he was a very high-profile Australian cricketer. And Denton had him on and was talking to him. And the guy was just kind of talking about how it was very weird when he was having some issues, like when he was playing at state level. Because, when there's not a national tour on, if you're playing at state level, you're actually competing with the people who are normally on your team at the national level. And he was saying, like, there was no love lost at the state level. I'd have people like Shane Warne behind me because I was renowned for losing my shit under pressure, and they'd be sitting behind in slips going and saying out loud, so I'd hear it, they'd be going tick, 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 because it's like he's a ticking time bomb and he'll go off. And they were just they were sledging him, and and Denton's just talking to him and putting him at ease, and just said something like, "What, why do you think you had these issues?" And the guy then just lets slip he'd been diagnosed with bipolar, and he'd never said that publicly. And he said, and that was because of my bipolar diagnosis. And then he stopped and went, "Oh my God, people told me I shouldn't talk to you because I'd end up saying stuff I didn't want to say."
Yeah.
And Tim's going, "I'm sorry?" And he's going, "No, it's not you. He said, but I wasn't going to say that I had that diagnosis, but I was just so into the conversation with you. It was a natural part of the conversation to say
There were so many things that were considered really taboo to say on TV back in the day, though. I had to actually have a conversation with a friend of mine's daughter not long ago about the whole Ellen DeGeneres thing. And, she's like, "Yeah, no, everybody knows that she's gay." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you, do you realize, how Ellen actually came into fame in the first place?" And she was a bit like, "No." So I explained about the Ellen show and all of that and how it ended. And I said, she actually got cancelled and taken off the air because she openly said that she was gay.
Because she kissed a woman, I thought.
No. She just said that she was gay. No, it was because she said that she was gay. The first on-screen kiss between women is actually directly attributed to, of all people, Joss Whedon in the Buffy series. Yeah.
Isn't it absurd that somebody would get cancelled?
I need to look that up because Star Trek.
Sorry, no, in what do you call it? Mainstream Times type thing, like a mainstream movie in mainstream Times. It was the first on-screen kiss between a same-sex couple. Was a piece of trivia that I read once. I would like to believe it, but if I'm going to get proven wrong, even better.
So on Australian TV, it was in 1970.
Yeah, on the box or whatever it was.
An episode of This Day Tonight.
Okay.
It's a couple.
But that was the documentary show.
Okay. Didn't the number 96 do it?
Number 96. It was either number 96 or the box. One of these saucy.
Number 96.
From 69. Get it? Okay, here it goes. I'm looking up a website that claims in 1991, what was considered the first lesbian kiss on commercial network television happened.
The first regular lesbian character on TV show was 1998, and this is in the US.
Yeah. There were gay characters in the 70s, but there was never any intimacy from them.
LA Law did one in 91.
Yes.
1991.
Yeah.
I thought Ellen was the first one to kiss a woman in on primetime TV in America, non-cable.
No, might LA Law was primetime, but that was a serious drama. The fact that the Ellen Show was like a family sitcom, I think that's what riled people.
Okay.
Because it was.
I remember it being a huge deal.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But I mean, there were gay characters in the 70s, but it's really freaky that it took till 1991 for gay characters to kiss on TV. That's fucking bizarre. But
so Star Trek DS9 did it in 95.
Yeah, there you go.
Especially since you'd see gay people kissing each other on a night out at any time after about 1988.
Yes, but think of the children, Nettie. The children aren't going to these depraved...
But they was a child.
Yeah, they weren't going to these depraved nightclubs that we were going to.
There was a child going to the depraved nightclubs.
I know.
Like the sex change on Oxford Street. I mean, the exchange.
Yeah. Oh God, it's yeah, because Billy Crystal's character in Soap, a sitcom from the 70s, was gay, but I
loved that show.
I don't think he ever even held hands with another man, let alone kiss them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's remarkable how uptight we are, and it took till.
I thought
I
you
may
lived
be
alone,
absent
nobody.
for some time.
I thought you lived
There's
alone.
an additional
live
person
alone.
in your
I have a guest.
background, nobody.
Sorry, Nettie, what was that?
There's an additional person in your background.
Yes, I have a guest.
Oh
Hello.
my God, he's
Hello to
waving.
nobody's guest.
Yeah. Now, at least this person can see us waving, and I don't feel stupid.
Hey, you doing, bud?
Nobody.
We know.
Oh boy, no, I'm getting requests to hop onto a friend's Discord
like.
and tell them the jokes that I'm not willing to say on live stream.
I'll tell you what. I'll mute.
All right. Oh dear.
No, it's definitely a sad state of affairs when it took so long for it to be an accepted thing, and now it's supposed to be like a nothing thing. It's supposed to be a subcontext of a show these days if somebody's in a same-sex relationship.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You still get absolute psychopaths. Like I was so weirded out this week. Lyle fucking Shelton, who's like one of the worst pieces of shit in the country.
Bottom feeder, absolute bottom feeder.
He posted this thing on Lyle.
He's
Shelton.
a politician.
He's a wannabe conservative agitator. He calls himself the Australian Christian Lobby, but 99% of Christians want nothing to do with him. But he posted this thing on social media somewhere in Sydney, this rainbow pathway, and he managed to get himself worked up about it. Like, oh, kids, if you see this, like, it's okay to be straight, and your parent, and he invented all these terms that no one uses for heterosexual people, and it's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you clearly wake up every morning and make a conscious choice to be the worst piece of shit imaginable.
He and his ilk are under this really badly mistaken impression that somehow now being a straight white male is somehow a minority and somehow a hard done by group, and we're getting more fixtures even around Sydney, Melbourne, and all of that sort of stuff. We've got a couple of rainbow crosswalks in Newtown, for instance, and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, it's not okay to be straight anymore. And it's like, nobody with the rainbow flag is saying that it's not okay to be straight. They're saying that it's also okay to be gay. Like that's a fucking thing,
It's just some people like just conflate other people getting attention as they're not getting attention anymore.
Yeah.
Whereas it's not a zero-sum game. You can like.
Yeah. If
we
you were
have
using
infinite pie, and you still have as much pie as you had before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, they treat rights like it's a bucket. There's a limited amount of rights. They fit in a bucket, and I currently have the whole bucket. So if you give rights to someone else, you're tipping out some of the contents of my bucket. And no, it's not how it works, man. It's not how it works.
They're applying sibling rivalry. I mean, sorry, if you're going to, apply a bit of Freudian psychoanalysis to it, you'd say that they're applying sibling rivalry to, wider social political issues.
Yeah.
Because if my sister's allowed to do it, I should be allowed to do it too, or some shit.
Your
brother's allowed
your
to.
kids must love it when you go all anthropologist on them when they're arguing. They must love that shit.
They don't argue that much, actually.
Okay. Fair
Possibly
enough.
because they go all anthropologist on them. I don't know. But Ali loves the anthropology. That's how she got into,
Okay.
you know,
No, it strikes me that people like
philosophy dumping.
people like your Christian right fucking lobbyist, fucking right wing talking nut job, basically, as I call them. It feels to me that like they want to feel persecuted. Like they don't actually feel persecuted. They want to feel persecuted.
Yeah.
Because every time that any argument that they've made, the one that always comes to my mind, and I keep on coming back to it, is same-sex marriage. All of the various arguments that they had about same-sex marriage was going to destroy this, and it was going to lead to that, and it was going to make this happen, and all of these sorts of things. None of those things, of course, have come to pass. So they've stopped that rhetoric because they know that they're not going to be able to get away with it anymore, and they've just gone back to the tried and tested. But won't somebody please think about the children?
Yeah.
Cue Mrs. Lovejoy in The Simpsons. And it's like they look for excuses to feel like as if they are the hard done by group.
Yeah.
And you turn around to them and say, no, this isn't about like trying to take your rights away. It's trying to say that this other person is the same and equal to you.
Yeah.
And they're like, sorry, go ahead, Betty.
Well, when I bring up the Freudian analysis view on it, what is happening in a small child's family environment is that, the new child comes along and the first child gets bumped off their perch of being, the center of the universe for and so if another child has needs, they get fulfilled by the parents and they feel that they are losing. They don't see themselves as, wanting something from the well that is fed into by the entire world. They see themselves as, having to compete with this small, much cuter thing than themselves for their parents' love, respect, money, whatever, for their libido in a way. Libido not being what you think it is. It's not sex drive. Libido is energy.
Yeah.
And so it's when they're doing something that unreasonable and illogical, then I think that they are coming from this really deep area where they were deprived of what they required, probably emotionally, but possibly other things as well, when they were younger, smaller. And that's going to happen when you've got a deprived population, a large population of people who did not have enough resources when they were growing up. So, for example, in America where they have no social safety net, where they don't really care about the children, they just say they care about the children.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's trying to hide their evilness behind good deeds. The old the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions type thing. But the thing is, like, okay, so in your analogy there, where you've got these two kids, and there's one that's been the center of the world for God knows how long, and baby comes along, and all of a sudden they get knocked off that perch. When they grow older, they recognize that there wasn't a perch that they were on in the first place. They love their brother or their sister, one would hope, and they become this functional family unit again. And any of that, illogical hatred that they had towards their sibling is gone, of course, in later life. The thing with these other idiots, like your Lyle Sheltons and your whatnot, is that they never had a reason in the first place to hate gay people or hate trans people or whatever. They never had a logical reason other than they, and it always boils down to this, they find them icky. That's all it ever boils down to.
It's gross and icky.
That's a transitional state. Like when the mind is traumatized, tends to go into all or nothing or black and white thinking. It cannot handle transitional spaces. It cannot handle someone who is in between. And I think that's where a lot of transphobia comes from. Just the brain just freak it out, going, this is danger, danger, danger.
Yeah. challenges the black and white thinking is
it goes against what they think to be the norm, and they don't want to accept that maybe it's none of their fucking business. Which, like for me at the time that I didn't understand trans people, I didn't understand what trans was about. The thing that kind of was the wave of resolution about that entire topic for me was when I came to the true realization that it was none of my freaking business.
Bingo.
Right.
Yeah, that's the bingo.
See, personally, I was brought up with very, very strong, strict boundaries. And so what happened, in terms of LGBTI and anyone else I've missed out on,
Alphabet
all
Army.
of that was none. Sorry?
The Alphabet Army.
The Alphabet Army. Okay, well, what the Alphabet Army does is truly none of my business. And I was brought up, kind of ready, primed for that kind of thinking. Whereas other people, well, they just feel that they have to control what's going on all the time. And that's a kind of thinking I have trouble understanding.
Yeah. My two favorite
I remember.
Sorry,
I
go
remember
Abigail.
My parents were pretty homophobic. I think they were a product of their times, but growing up, they didn't they weren't overtly homophobes or anything, but they weren't exactly supportive either. And I remember I was just me. I just did my own thing and didn't hate on anyone. And I remember my mother coming back to me when I was about 19 years old, saying that she learnt tolerance from me.
That's nice.
That's a nice thing to do.
Simply because I just had, I didn't care if people were gay or not, as long as they're not hurting anyone. It's none of my business.
Yeah.
I had friends who were gay. No, cool. And
Sorry,
didn't get
what were
the
you trying
hate.
to say there, Safa?
And
sorry, Abigail, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
yeah, I'd finished.
You were trying to say something, Safa?
I'm just saying it's nobody's business. Like, what? Who cares? Like, let them be. Type of thing.
Yeah, it really is. Like your Lyle Sheltons and whatnot are trying to say that gay people are trying to get more rights than us, or women are trying to get more rights than us, or they're trying to rub their relationships in our face, or they're trying to make us feel less than, or something like that. And like I just turned around to them, but I said, for years, for decades, for centuries, if your friend got into a relationship with a opposite sex partner, at first you kind of did the whole, oh wow, they're in a relationship with Miss X, and they get married to Miss X, and now they're Mrs. X, and now they've got a couple of kids, and but you don't really care about it on a day-to-day basis. It's just the norm. It doesn't matter. All gay people want is that exact same mentality about them and their relationships. Oh, you found a partner. Oh, that's really good. But it doesn't affect the rest of your freaking days. Oh, they got married. Oh, they're getting married. They've invited me to the wedding,
There are some people who are just scared that giving oppressed groups rights
Freedom
means that like people who are anti-feminist are scared that they'll get treated the way that women have been treated all these years.
Yeah.
And that's not what equality means, but that's what they think it means. It's like, oh, the women will take over and men will be slaves.
The Catholics are afraid of losing power to gay people.
Yeah, and it's just equality, not losing anything. Like, I forget the first time I saw it, someone had this joke of like some lunatic in the US go, oh, white people are going to be a minority in the US. And someone replied, is that bad? Do bad things happen to minorities in America? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, that might not be a really good thing for the minorities. Maybe we need to take them into account.
US culture is so messed up. I'm so happy I'm a Nazi.
Yeah, sure. My two favorite memes for dealing with people like this. One is from that Tom Hanks movie, Captain Phillips, where the
That's an
Somali
awesome
pirates get his ship, and the guy says, "Look at me, I'm the captain now." And someone's done a meme where the guy's got a red MAGA hat on, going,
Yep.
"Look at me, I'm the snowflake now." All being victims. And the other one was from the old Disney Robin Hood animation, where in it Robin Hood the fox is being a blind beggar, and he's got like the glasses on and a hat, and he's blind, and he's holding a begging cup up, and someone's again put a MAGA hat on his head, and he's holding the begging cup up, and the caption is, "Please, can I have a crumb of oppression, sir?"
It's like they want to be oppressed. I don't understand it.
They're desperate to be oppressed.
Like I said, they always
Yes.
they will always find something to be the victim about. Always.
Yeah.
No matter what rhetoric they come out with, when it gets disproven, they keep on going back to any other trope. That's why they stick with the whole "won't somebody think about the children" thing, because at this point in time, there is studies out there that show that
There
children
are
of
studies
same-sex-
out there.
Sorry, there are studies out there that show that kids of same-sex couples are no better or worse than those of opposite sex
couples.
couples. Sorry, I hate to
Yeah.
use the word. I hate using the term straight.
Okay.
I'm
Straight
sorry. I
men-
think no. I think
Because you can
everybody.
be bisexual and be in an opposite sex relationship.
That's
you can
what I
also
meant.
be non-binary in
Yeah.
a relationship.
No, I
It's
hate using the.
complicated.
Yeah, sexuality
Yeah.
is always complicated. Exactly. You know, you're a straight white man,
It's also
angry.
icky
Therefore,
and weird.
therefore you're like the devil. But like you said, there's certain guys that you would just be like, "Yes, sir."
It's okay, Angry. You're not really.
Yes, I am. Sorry. What? It's kind of like I love to do the figure thing. It's like you get the people who say no, relationships is and relationships are actually. It's weird. It's weird and complicated and lots of interlocking bits.
They're big ball of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Sexy, wexy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, in the same-sex marriage thing, I kind of had it out with a friend of mine's mother about it, and I was like, when it all boils down to it, all of the arguments that you've got, because she was against same-sex marriage, I said to her, when you boil down all of the arguments that you've got, you know that none of them hold water, and you
It's
know
just
that on a
excuses,
fundamental
pretty
level.
much.
But all it ever boils down to is, ew, I don't like the thought of those two having sex. Ew. That's because that's the only thing that you've got. If you were at least honest about that, then I would partially respect it. Because of the honesty. I would respect the honesty. But the rest of it is complete bullshit, and I've got zero respect for it. Because none of it holds a fucking candle to the light. None of them.
Why did John Howard change it so it was only men and women? Was he super Christian?
'Cause,
Johnny Howard?
Oh, he's just
religious.
super conservative, man. Super conservative.
You know, he made that change because of Fred Phelps, from my understanding of things.
I was 12 and I didn't understand it.
Oh,
Fred
look,
Phelps, not Fred Nile.
I'm still upset.
Fred Nile, sorry, Fred Nile.
I'm
Fred
still
Nile,
up-
sorry.
I'm still upset about Phelps. Because he said once that gay marriage would lead to sex with ducks, the slippery slope argument. And like,
That's not
I
allowed.
love ducks. I love ducks. And if we had the technology, you know, I could see that happening. But
Currently, it's not
what I'm
allowed.
upset about is
Not
that
allowed.
it didn't happen. The slippery slope didn't happen, and we don't have the technology to allow a human cat hybrid and a duck to
Look, I'm still
show
upset
their
that
love for each other.
I'm
Not
still
in
upset that
Australia.
I'm still upset that nobody has managed to marry the Harbour Bridge yet. Okay,
I'm
hasn't
so-
happened yet, and I'm upset about that.
I wanted to marry a table, and it hasn't happened.
I've done
Oh,
something like that, you know.
Nobody's wearing shorts while I'm
Nobody.
wearing hot pants. Damn you, nobody in your shorts.
Nobody. Did you want to marry the Harbour Bridge?
No.
No.
I'm jealous of
I
your
saw this
shorts, nobody.
documentary once. I saw this documentary that featured people who have, I forget what it's called, but they fall in love with inanimate objects. And there was this girl who had sex with the Eiffel Tower.
Yes,
That'd be painful. That would
And
be
someone
painful.
married
That's
the Chrysler
ambitious.
building or
I agree,
the Empire
Daddy.
State, one of the two.
Empire
So-
State Building.
Okay. So
Yeah.
marry your table. Do it.
yeah.
Slippery slope. Bring it on.
You know, there are people
I'm
out
gonna
there that
marry
have.
my whiskey. Sorry. Okay.
I thought
There
you
are
had
people
to
out
marry
there
the bean, like something that's alive.
There are people out there that have had legitimate wedding ceremonies for their fucking pets.
Oh,
and
they're
there-
horses.
and
Yes.
like the whole
Well, they're
like
alive.
the gender reveal fucking parties, which I hate on a personal
Oh,
level.
They're weird.
But there are people out there that have decided to take that to a whole new fucking level. A friend of mine sent me a video the other day of a couple that had a couple of dogs. The female of the dogs had fallen pregnant, and in the ultrasound they found out A, how many puppies, and B, what the gender of each of the puppies were. So they had a fucking gender reveal party for all of these puppies. And they had it set up so that a certain amount of them would shoot blue and the other amount of them would shoot pink. And it's
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
really?
Are the
Really?
sis okay?
No.
Dave
It's just
insists
Americans with more
nonsense.
money than
Zero.
sense.
Is that a
Spokesperson for
21st
all of
century
the
thing?
cis-
Gender reveal parties, are they a 21st century thing?
Yeah. I'm just going to go. I am designating myself as spokesperson for all of the cis. Not okay. Absolutely not.
It's so weird. Like, what do rich people have to waste their time on?
You know, look,
Gender
I'm
reveal parties.
I am all for people having a good time. I'm all for people doing like I can't stand people who are just they're against good fun times just for the sake of being against fun times. Like all of you fucking asshole naysayers out there that were like, oh, the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge isn't going to change anything.
The what?
The
The
ALS Ice
Aussie
Bucket
rules.
Challenge when that was happening.
Aussie rules for
The
that was a while
ice
ago.
bucket challenge.
that's the
Yeah.
one.
Now, the three things about that. Number one, it was to bring attention to ALS, which it was
And
doing.
raise
It was
money.
succeeding.
Raise
Second
money.
to that, yeah, it was trying to raise money, which it did that, and it succeeded. But third to that, it was it was a thing that people could do to like have a bit of fun and make it a bit funny, and all of that sort of stuff. But it was also a real thing that getting the ice dunked on your head can make you lose control of your body for a short period of time. And it was to make them feel like somebody with ALS for a very period of time.
What I wanna
is that
know-
why?
What I
Yeah.
I never knew.
I want to know because David Lynch,
Who's
Dune and
Mhm.
Twin Peaks. David
Yes.
Lynch.
Oh, what's he done?
He did the ice bucket challenge, and part of the challenge was you then had to challenge someone else to do the challenge.
Yep.
Yes.
And
yeah.
he challenged Vladimir Putin. And
Yes.
and I want to
Yes.
know if Vladimir Putin did the ice bucket challenge or not.
As
well,
behalf
but yeah.
of our people, I say I don't think so.
But when that whole thing was going on,
Vin Diesel
He
also
probably-
challenged Vladimir Putin.
yes, he
Oh,
did. Yes.
really?
Yes, he did.
Look, you know, if Vladimir
when-
Putin did it, he would have done it topless on a horse out in the Siberian tundra, and he would have just nailed that shit.
And he would have been holding a
the
crossbow the
bear.
entire time as well.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
If Putin did that, I'd vote him for president. That's what he has to do for me to vote him for
You
president.
don't have a choice. He kills all his rivals.
No, but that's the thing. When it was at its peak, when everybody was doing it, everybody was having a great time of it.
2017.
You had all of these fucking assholes standing around just going, "Oh, I'm not going to do it because it's not going to change anything." Oh, why would you do it? It's not going to change anything. And it's like, would you just let people have their fun? Fuck off. If you hate these good things, good for you. Just go and hate them by your fucking self. But
How did we
people are
get onto
miserable.
this?
I don't
from
know.
gender reveal parties being a thing that people try to do as a term of enjoyment. I'm all for people doing a thing for enjoyment. I'm all for
Just
being critical
weird.
of that process. But there are certain levels that you've kind of got to cut it off. And gender reveal parties, for me personally, is the cutoff point. The reason
That's
being,
where you draw the line.
the reason being for me, it's not about saying that it's a boy or a girl, because that's going to happen regardless. When they get older, if they say, no, I'm not actually a boy, no, I'm not actually a girl, I'm whatever, there should be complete acceptance and help for all of that, of course. But
Yep.
when you're first born, that's going to happen. That's fine. That's not an issue. It's more like, why do you need to pronounce this at a party as opposed to turning around to people and going, yeah, so we just found out that I'm having a boy? You know?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, there are
celebrating
two things.
celebrating a newborn's genitals. That's
Yeah.
what it
That's
is.
the rich people
Like,
thing, isn't it?
congratulations
No, I
on
think-
your child's
Okay,
genitals.
I think it's rich Americans looking for
Yes.
a reason to have a party.
Oh,
for
it
start.
happens here
Americans
too.
Get richly
It's
drunk
like that
the
trash
richly
the
way.
dress thing. Did you guys ever catch on that trash the? Oh God,
No?
women will spend thousands on their wedding dress, and
Oh,
then
yes,
they
they
will
fucking
spend
will.
thousands again on a photographer taking photographs of them trashing their dress.
What?
Oh.
That's a new one.
What?
Is that recent?
Yeah, you
Some
know,
people
taking
have too
water.
much money.
I know, it's insane. It's kind of sickening.
Rich
It's
people, eh?
The
Yeah,
most
this is
expensive
back
part
when-
of my wedding was my wife's wedding dress. But she hasn't trashed it. She's kept it. But she's never
Good.
worn it again.
That's what people usually do. You
They
know,
laminate
they
it and
save
keep
it
them.
up. Maybe they'll get buried in it. Maybe their daughters will wear it.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Hold on. This actually, Angry, are you actually married or are you just in a long-term relationship?
Relationship.
Long-term relationship.
Have you
Um,
ever done the whole marriage thing before?
No, I have actually never been married. No.
Oh, okay.
I've been in multiple long-term relationships, but never been married. And
Serial
just like
monogamy.
why, I need to say a proper hello to Laura.
Hello.
Hi,
We did.
Laura.
Don't
We
mind
did-
me
we
being
did-
antisocial.
Oh,
Yeah,
do you know,
we-
I've had
I
4
I have
days
company.
with
but I'll join
no
again.
internet. It's been awful.
Oh,
What? No, it's worse than NBN. You know how crap
I
NBN
can't
is,
last 4 hours without internet.
Laura, do you
Like,
know what-
seriously, I get anxiety if my internet goes down, or like, because I have to pay month by month. If I don't have the money and it gets switched off, I
Has
get
anybody-
anxiety and I can't cope. I can't go
Has
like
any-
4
Oh,
minutes.
Abigail,
Has
you'd
anybody
hate
seen
that place.
the college humor
Down
thing?
on a regular basis.
Has anybody seen
Sorry,
the college
what do
humor
I
thing?
need?
So, go ahead, nobody.
Telephone ombudsman.
I was just saying my internet drops out all the time.
Welcome to
Same thing.
Australia.
How do you,
Welcome
how
to
do you
Australia.
It's
live?
so annoying.
Yeah.
How
No,
do you
did
live?
anybody see
I can't
the,
even like I can get internet on my phone as a mobile hotspot, but it's not enough. Like, it's not fast enough.
The
I
need
can
for
barely
speed.
do one thing at a time on that.
Oh, God,
need
that's
Oh,
awful.
God. That's enough out of you, Abigail. No,
That's,
did
that's so
anybody-
hard, you know. With my computer,
It's a
I
hard
can
life.
be doing 3D modeling on my front screen, have a picture on the right-hand side, and on my left one, I can be watching movies or something.
What time's at your place, Roller?
But
Sorry,
you were
what was that,
mentioning
Sapper?
you were mentioning gender reveal parties. I have a theory, not been
Yes.
proven in any way, shape, or form. It's not the scientific version of a theory, but I have a theory that
It's a
that the
hypothesis.
a hypothesis that the Big Bang was started by an alien race in a parallel universe, and it's the end point of more extreme, gender reveal parties. It's like, yeah, we're just
Hey, will it be matter or antimatter universe? Congratulations, it's matter.
Will it be silicon or carbon-based life forms? You know,
Actually,
Uh,
they've proven that
I'm down
silicon-based
with
life
that.
form can't actually exist because silicon is too heavy an atom.
Boo.
Yeah, I know.
It
Kinda sucks.
Spoil the
Like, you
fun
can't
with
have any-
technology and some
You
fucking
can't
truth,
have
don't you?
a,
did anybody
Even
see
if-
the college humor skit of if Google was a guy?
Yes.
I think so.
No.
I've seen. They're fucking hilarious.
Oh, they are. They're absolutely hilarious. There's 5 parts to it, and I highly recommend anybody that hasn't seen it go and watch it. It's absolutely hilarious. But there's one point there where he goes to sleep, like he pulls a blanket up over himself, and he like does the clap to turn the light off. And the moment that he does, like the whole world just turns into bedlam, and it's like the internet and Google is down.
The crime dinosaur.
Nice.
Good old
What's
crime
the-
dinosaur.
Whenever
That's
my
fair.
internet cuts out, or somebody like Laura's like, I haven't had internet for 4 days, that's the only thing
I've-
that runs through my
I've killed
mind.
myself 4 days. That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to
Oh,
know something funny?
You should.
though?
I go to
Masculine
I go to
internet car.
ridiculous lengths. I go to absolutely ridiculous lengths to get the internet back on. Like
And
I,
4G backup mobile. Just
Good thing
whatever.
my mic was muted
yeah,
when I did that.
I go Karen on my ISP
On your
at,
ISP.
Karen
at
on-
any time. It'll be 3 a.m. and I just go full Karen on them. I beg, borrow, and steal to get the internet back on.
Hey, can
Oh, we've
anybody
got-
hear
we've
trains
got-
from my background noise?
We're not getting any background noise from you, Suffer.
Yeah, there's
We're
a
getting
train.
trolls though.
There's a
like-
train line like 500
What?
meters from my
What?
place.
What? We're getting trolls? What?
Marcus
Oh,
Trippin, he's coming back
I'm
in
refusing
multiple
to
forms.
acknowledge him.
I should have
as-
said his
as the
name. Damn
Same
it.
dude, and I'm just blocking them. He's wasting
that's a
his
few of them.
evening. He's wasting his evening making up multiple accounts, and I'm just blocking them without acknowledging they exist. Because
apparently
he's
he talks
sad
himself
and
too.
pathetic and needs to get a fucking
He
life.
he wants you to fuck him, obviously,
Oh,
Maybe
I
that's
think
what he
he's
asked.
he's
Oh, yeah,
actually
but-
repressed. and
It's
and
absolutely
he's
sexual.
in love with you.
Is
Yeah,
there someone
and
you
another-
know?
It's
It's another
pure
person.
lust.
It's just another person that wants to blow you again, angry. Okay,
No,
that's all
it-
it is.
Oh no,
I'll
he
be
doesn't want to
back.
blow
I'm
me.
going
That's
to
too
toilet.
passive. He wants me to hold him down and fucking rail him up the butt.
Yep. That's exactly what he wants.
He wants me
Yeah,
to
you
force
can
him
just
to call
tell.
me daddy, and is,
Look,
is-
can we
Uh,
leave this sort of speech for the after party? Because I'm going to start fapping. You keep that up.
I look from what I can tell. Not only does he want angry on one end, but me with a strap on pegging him from the other end.
oh, he'd love that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the complete picture. That's the
The
complete picture.
I'll
spit roast.
Can I
Yeah.
can I just sit in
Complete
the corner?
kebab.
Can I just sit in the corner, drool and masturbate? Like, is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. it's just
Hey,
There's
hang
no-
on, hang on. Was that you in the closet that one time when I was with Eleanor? Was that you watching from the shadows?
I told her not to fucking say anything.
I thought so.
Do you want to know how much I love you guys?
How much
So
is
what
that, Laura?
happened was, back online, went on Twitter, and then after a couple of minutes, it's like, okay, I want to catch up on stuff from any YouTube stuff, and it's like, oh, they're live. I'll go in there. So literally, it was like the second click.
Yeah,
We love you too, Laura.
yeah.
Like we know
Absolutely.
we know that you just here for Abigail, Laura. We know this. Okay, you can tell us that you love us all, but we don't believe it. We know that you're here for Abigail because that's all we're here for as well. So, you know,
I just want to ask. Do you think that my rocket
Abigail,
side? Oh,
Abigail,
God.
your cheeks are turning just a little bit red there, darling. Just a
Yeah.
little.
It's warm in here. Okay.
Have I shown you guys my picture?
No.
Okay, show you
I
my
want
picture.
to picture.
show it to us.
Jeez, I'm glad you had the word picture there. There's lots of weird things have been said. Have I ever showed you my dot dot?
Not the after party yet, Laura.
Well, that's the after party.
Laura.
Yeah.
That's the after party. Yeah, Nettie,
God,
you showed
you
that
see-
to us before. Yeah,
Yeah,
Did you draw that?
yeah.
I
Oh, that's cool.
have a vague memory of it.
Did you draw
Very
it?
vague. I think I may have had a few drinks at the time.
Did you draw it, Nettie?
Sorry?
Did you draw it?
Oh, I wish. No. This is by a true artist. There's a whole bunch of. There's a series of 3. and I went and get the other 2 as well. I love it.
It's so crazy how art can be so expensive at times.
That reminds me of a very, very old D-Generation sketch where they were doing an interview, and they introduced this woman who just finished her first book, and like there was all this hoo-ha, and they asked lots of questions about the book, and she describes it, and they asked what it's called, and she says the name of another famous book at the time, The Hollywood Wives, and they said, hang on, no, wait, didn't what's her name write that? And so the girl just said, right, it's the first book I've ever read.
Oh.
Plagiarism.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We got taught that in year 7.
Finished her first book.
I've recently encountered somebody who can't read. And one of the things I realized about that is how limited someone must be, because they can only think their own thoughts. Because one of the things you get from reading a book, a novel, or something like that, is you can imagine someone else's point of view. You're looking through someone else's eyes and things like that. And, let's just create a simple example. Imagine you've got a movie that's based upon a book. And in the movie, someone asks them a question and they go, and they put their sort of their hand to their chin and they go, and they think about it for a couple of seconds. Well, that's a page in that book, mulling over the consequences, the positive.
I've heard that recently. I've heard someone say that recently.
It was probably me, because I have said it several times. I don't remember if I said it to you.
Yeah.
But it just made me realize how limiting it must be that, effectively it's like one domino follows another in you learning to be a different person, as a growth as a person, rather than, just having your own thoughts and, listening to what someone else says or something. Because there's a lot of things you think with your head, but you don't necessarily say. Although in my case, I get Asperger's, so I have bad mouth breaks. What goes through my head usually falls out of my mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a racist,
I don't
but
have
I
that
do think
experience.
that immigrants are responsible for a lot of the rich, vibrant, dazzling variety of our nation's cultural life.
I'm going to be brave. I've turned my camera on. I don't normally.
On you, Laura.
Hey, hello.
Braver than I am.
Hello.
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 Hello,
Nice to see you
UK
again,
lad.
Mel.
Incidentally,
All
I'm
I've got
just
is some lipstick on. That's it.
nice.
What time of day
Let
is
me
it?
throw it
Place, Laura?
That's right.
It is 3:22 in the afternoon.
What the?
3:22. Okay, 12:22 a.m. here. I made an Aussie rusty nail, because a rusty nail is usually a peated Scotch whiskey and Drambuie, which is a Scotch liqueur. And so I made an Aussie one with Yarchi Rose single malt, which has some smoky notes. And if anyone who comes over is really nice, I'll let you have some of this. The Lark whiskey liqueur, Slanche. This stuff is, oh my God, this stuff is so fucking good.
Angry's rich when he can find those type of drinks.
Man, I work for fucking jobs on, I work so I can spend money, and
I can only dream of
you do a decently skilled job. Like, it's not easy what you do.
I find out that people can't do what I can do, and so they pay me. So it's like
Angry's got a skill. Angry is skill.
Yes.
I have the same thing.
I cannot. I'm pretty smart, and I can do some amazing things in software.
Yeah.
But I cannot do what you do.
I love
and
to
it's
do what Angry
likewise.
does.
I can't do your job, but it's complementary, all these things. And yes, smart people know they need all the different skills in there. And so I get paid for the skills I have. And I keep working
is why
so
when
we
my
still
car-
have money to spend. So.
Well, this is why when my car goes boom, I take it to my mechanic. When his computer goes
Exactly.
boom, he calls me. So yeah.
And
when my child gets sick, I take him to a mother's group because what the fuck did doctor know? The doctors
look,
know. Mother knows
Abigail,
best.
No, you've got to take them to a naturopath, okay? Because homeopathy.
Yes.
I take them to a local gypsy woman who talks about the stains on the souls of my grandparents, and
I pull up a stick out of my backyard and I go, I heal you, and they're healed. Because there's just as much evidence for that as there is for fucking homeopathy. Yes, Suffer?
Would your work overlap with Agri's work? Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah, we seriously, Grasshopper with his hardware stuff, Abigail with her programming, me with my VA. We're all components of a big machine that hopefully make an overall thing work.
Just don't crash.
Why aren't we our own company? We've got all the components.
I'm the guy that Angry comes to and yells at if two computers can't talk to each other properly. And Angry's the guy that I go and yell at if two people in the company aren't talking to each other properly. So,
yep, that's fair.
And I'm the girl you go to when the software's got a bug in it.
No, you're the girl that I go to when I say I want the software to call me a beautiful man, and you make it call me a hateful man bitch for some reason. I don't know why.
Every time you log into your computer.
Yeah, you hateful man bitch. Yes, Suffer.
Yeah.
Back in the day, in the late 90s, have you ever had a computer that with Explorer on it, and it crashed and it killed the computer on it?
Back in the late 90s. Internet Explorer. Back in the late 90s, I was in university, and not long after that, I was in the cops. So, no.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear that Microsoft are actually finally retiring Internet Explorer?
Yes.
Really?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I apologize.
They're still sticking with Edge because they took components from Chrome and made it work.
It's not the original Edge. It's Edge 2. It's Edge 2.0 because it's the Chrome.
But let's give props to Internet Explorer because it single-handedly is responsible for more downloads of Chrome than any other browser.
And it's killed Netscape. Don't forget that it's a Netscape browser.
I was a big user of Netscape back in the day. I
was too.
Same.
And I was also the victim of Microsoft screwing it over because one day I had an update and it did nothing but stop Netscape from working. That's all it did.
I used Netscape up until that point, and then I used Opera for God knows how long. But now I am a Firefox boy.
Isn't that an Apple Mac thing?
Opera's got Chrome too. Opera used to have its own engine, but it made Chrome like Edge.
Opera used to be way back in the days of Windows 98. Opera was fantastic.
It was Trident engine.
When torrenting first came out, Opera actually had an inbuilt torrent client into it. Yes,
nice.
That's cool for me.
Which was fantastic. But
was that in the 90s?
No, that wasn't in the 90s, dude. Come on, 90s was Token Ring Network. 90s was pre-internet.
Yeah, I didn't get on the internet until 1999.
Me too, Laura. Me too.
Yeah. I got on the internet in 1997.
I mean, Ethernet was around, but it was on coax, and it was
dial-up.
Like it was terminated, and it wasn't it was awful. Early days of Ethernet.
Heads up if you had to steal the landline phone for $1.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
We decided to go the rich route, and we actually paid for a second phone line to come into the house.
You rich prick.
Okay.
Yeah, so that way we didn't have to turn off call waiting as well. Because back then, if you were on dial-up and somebody called you and you had call waiting turned on to fucking end your internet session.
Yeah. So I was an adult when I had my first internet service.
Abigail,
And I used to. I had a phone where you could redirect calls. So I to my mobile, and so I would redirect the house phone to my mobile phone while I was on dial-up internet. So I could still take calls.
Why are you lying to us? Why are you lying to us, Abigail? You have never been a fucking adult, and you know it.
Only in the bedroom. Just ask Eleanor.
Oh, I knew that was fucking coming.
And Eleanor knew what you were of course.
And so
only in the biblical sense.
And so did the rest of the street.
Quite well. Anyway, so to end this anecdote, I constantly would forget to turn off the redirection, and I was getting so many calls on my mobile for other people because I lived in a share house that I stopped doing it.
Right.
And there was no way I could turn it off either.
Go ahead,
Can I
Laura.
just give you some wonderful personal news from me?
Oh, yes.
So, unfortunately, last week I phoned up the Gender Identity Clinic to see when my second assessment will be, because they've now got my bloods, which is great and everything's good. And it's like, okay, well, she said she'll phone me next week. Well, next week has been this week, and I haven't had any bloody internet.
Oh,
and I just looked at my email, and my email says, contacting you to let you know your next GP assessment is booked on Thursday, the 17th of June, 2021 at 2 o'clock.
Yay!
Yay!
And this is the biggie, because this is when hormones should be recommended. So
hopefully
I've been holding on for like 2 and a bit years now.
Wow.
I've actually got something else. So, Angry, can I... I've got a YouTube video I want to share, and it's mine, so there's no worries about copyright. I've got no music on it anyway, so no biggie.
Okay.
And it was something that Grasshopper. Oh, hang on, that's not the button I was looking for. Someone Grasshopper was saying about. Okay, yeah, that one. So it was something Grasshopper was saying about homeopathy. Because I had a little joke that I turned into a video. So when you're ready, did I? Hang on, let me just check something. I don't think I shared the sound.
Oh, yeah, you have to do that.
I didn't share the sound. That was all I've done.
All
okay.
Right.
Oh.
Try again.
I thought the admin had to share sound.
No, there was an upgrade to StreamYard that let everyone who's on here share things.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, it didn't like that for some reason. Let me change the difference. Let's try
Thanks
again.
for sharing your StreamYard account.
That's okay. I have one of the. I actually have a paid account, not the top end one, but
let's stick it on
one
there
that lets us all join in.
Still good.
If you go for the free StreamYard account, you can't have extra people on the stream, so that's no fun.
StreamYard kept me sane during COVID, so StreamYard's thumbs up from me.
Yeah, StreamYard is good. All right. What? No, it went away again.
Yeah, I forgot to bloody click the.
I thought Australia had crappy.
Now it doesn't like to do it. Oh.
What's it with the UK?
Okay, let me try. Ironically, let me try Chrome.
Were you using Explorer, Aurora? Don't say you were using Explorer.
No. I was using Firefox. That's my
I mean,
go-to.
talking about browsers, I mean, when the Mozilla project started, which because Microsoft killed Netscape Navigator, and so they open sourced the code, and there were all these people saying, we're going to build a great browser. And for 5 or 6 years, it was like, you guys are a bunch of fucking clowns. You will never do anything. And yet, against all odds, after 5 or 6 years, Firefox came out, and it was really good.
Guess which browser I'm using?
Firefox?
Yep.
Okay. For some reason, it wouldn't let it do it. So, Angry, in the private chat on the side.
All right, so I'll try and
I thought you had better internet in the UK. I thought you had
Right.
better
And by the way, there's a little joke in there. There's this idiot creationist kind of guy who tries to misrepresent what evolution is by saying, "Can you turn a dog into a non-dog?" I did so
Nice.
in this video.
a hot
Okay.
dog.
So I'm going to try and get this to work. So
Fingers
we
crossed.
will see how that goes.
Audio.
Play.
Yay!
Not seeing anything yet.
I am.
We are.
Oh,
Are you constantly having strangers knock on your door trying to sell you things? Do you receive phone calls from telemarketers who are so good at their job that they can sucker you into buying almost anything? Have you bought a xylophone waxing kit? Did you buy a great deal for a lifetime supply of dog shampoo?
That was a
But you don't even own
vibraphone.
a dog? Well, have no fear. Buy Cliffjumper's new homeopathic cure for gullibility for just $59.95. Just put a drop of this in your tea, coffee, or OJ every morning, and you'll never be suckered by crafty sales pitches ever again. Buy this product, and you'll actually be saving money. You won't have to
Shut
worry
up and
about
take my
buying
money.
useless things that you'll never ever need. Never again will you be tempted by that email from an African prince who wants to shift money through your bank account. Never again will you be fooled by someone talking gibberish on the internet. Never again will you end up with an iPhone equipped with a cup holder. Never again will you buy bacon Band-Aids. Never again will you buy a soap dispenser in the shape of a giant nose. Buy today with this special code, and you'll get 2 bottles for the price of 1. Buy Cliffjumper's new homeopathic cure for gullibility for just $59.95. Buy it now.
You know what?
Fucking love it.
I've only got one problem with that ad. I want that fucking soap dispenser. All right.
We want some.
Yeah.
you know, I've got a couple of videos like that. My other one is Oreo cookies. You know, and
Right.
it's you know, like I say, I make serious videos, but I make some light-hearted ones as well.
I don't know.
Would be
I see
variety.
videos like that, and it always throws me back to the good old days of, like, you know, the Power Thirst ads and stuff like that.
I was gonna bring up Power Thirst.
You
Yeah.
said in the 80s, because I don't remember.
Power Thirst?
What
Oh,
decade?
Abigail. Oh, Abigail. You haven't seen the Power Thirst ads?
Which decade?
Look, I don't have a lot of exposure to television.
No,
Which
they're from
decade
the
are they
internet.
It's a YouTube ad from like the first year.
Oh,
or two.
I've
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
I
I
haven't
see
seen a
that.
YouTube ad in so long.
No,
'cause
no,
I
no.
use
It
an
was
ad
a
blocker.
it was a skit. It was a skit.
It was a fake
Oh.
energy drink called Power
Yeah.
Thirst. And, it was
And like
very-
one of the lines
Okay.
of it is, "You'll feel like a fighter jet made out of biceps" and stuff. It was absolutely.
Well,
ridiculous.
no, well, I haven't seen it. Then I
Yeah.
want to watch this.
Oh,
now.
Probably
please,
get
Angry,
copyright.
please bring it up for the stream. Come on,
No,
Angry.
no, because
Copyright. Copyright.
Oh, you'll
I
get
haven't
it.
seen it
Okay,
either.
yeah, I'm gonna look.
My
look
SP
for it.
brain went, wait a minute, what does that even mean? A fighter jet made out of biceps? That makes no sense. The two things, you know, are completely different, opposite things.
No, no, Abigail, you need to look it up and you need to watch it, and we need to see your facial expressions while you're watching it.
Watch it
because
on your
you're-
phone.
What's
That's
it called?
dead.
What's it
Power
called?
Thirst. Power Thirst.
Power
Power
Thirst.
Thirst.
Okay, so
There's 2 of them.
reaction video. There's
there's
3
2
of
of
them.
Oh, there's 3 of them now,
There's
is there?
3
Yeah,
of them.
they did. They made.
There's
multiple
4 of
ones.
them.
Oh, God,
There's
four of
there's
them.
4 of them.
Nobody's having a good time at his place.
Okay.
Well, it's the first one that
Power
you need to
Thirst.
watch.
What year?
Do
did it come
I need to share the sound?
out? No,
Oh,
because
no,
copyright.
no,
No,
you can't
better
do
not.
that.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
I don't want to lose streaming.
Okay, I'm gonna make up a drink.
By the way, Andrew, if you want to have a look at that Oreo one, that's up there as well. Again, very, very
Abigail's laughing at you.
Is it by Picnic Face?
Menergy.
Energy.
Energy. Oh, goodness. She's
What
a fan.
channel is it?
Laura,
just
I'll put a link in the private chat for you.
Energy legs.
Just look up
Private chat.
Power First on YouTube. Yeah,
Power First on YouTube. Look it up now.
it is very funny, and
400
First.
baby.
it's ridiculous and it's beautiful.
Okay, the link's up for the first one in the private chat there for you, Laura.
Ah, thank you.
Reaction video.
yeah reactions.
Okay, I'm checking this out
That
too.
would actually be a good reaction series. Reaction for Generation 1 memes for people who don't know what was a meme 15 years ago.
So
And
after watching that,
yeah,
I am uncomfortably energetic.
yeah,
Now you've got to watch the second one. The second one.
It's funny, Angry, you
Okay.
mentioned about sort of first generation memes kind of
Hang on.
thing.
Hang on. I'll put the link for the second one to make sure it's the second one that you watch.
Do I have to watch it now? Because like
Yes, you
people
do.
can't hear what I'm watching,
No, but
and
your
so they're
facial
just
expression-
hearing me react.
Yeah, and your
and-
facial expressions are hilarious, and you going
It's incredibly
was quite hilarious.
Boring for everyone else,
No, it
and
was
like
kind
I
of
can hear
funny.
you talking as well.
Oh,
It was kind of funny, honestly.
Okay, well I can see Power Thirst 2 Redomination.
That's the one.
Is that okay? Watching now.
Oh my god. It's-
I just love that there's a little skit at the beginning of it.
Yeah, dude's in the desert finds a fortune
Snake
cookie. Your
eyes.
thirst shall be quenched.
I just watched the first one. It's pretty funny.
It is pretty funny.
A bit racist, but pretty funny.
Rocket can. Rocket edition. Banana.
2007 for you.
Gun.
13 years ago. I feel old.
Glowing.
Does anybody want to hold my hand for feeling old? That was up
They're
there.
plastic. Juice Springsteen.
Sports.
YouTube.
But what
is a
about me,
teenager.
my blue collar? Juice Springsteen.
I feel old that YouTube is a teenager.
Yeah.
It's like that meme. I'm going to break my kids' minds when I tell them that I'm older than the internet.
Hmm.
I'm not older than the internet. So
If God
Can't
gives
watch
you
the
lemons, you find a new God. I can't listen to this while people are talking on the stream. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch
it's
this
a-
later. But that
It's a bit
was
of a struggle.
incredibly funny.
I was
Yeah.
14 when they came out, I think. I feel old.
Anyways, lovely people, I'm going to jump off, get
Bye,
some things done.
Lovely to see you.
Jump into my friend's Discord and crack off some really horrible jokes. My love to
Oh,
you
well,
all.
you horrible
Live
joke.
long and prosper.
Oh,
Good night.
no.
Good night. Love you guys.
Sleep tight.
Peace and long life.
Yeah, boy.
good night.
And then there was six.
Yeah, that Oreo video that I mentioned earlier. So I mean, I can just do it because it's just in the top of my
You're
head. So
muted, nobody.
have this-
You're muted.
Am
Nobody's
I?
still muted.
No,
Oh, no.
nobody.
No.
Nobody is muted.
Muted, nobody. There we go.
Yes, I was muted.
Now you
Because,
Somebody
back.
want to say something?
Otherwise, I'd give everyone the shits with you having your conversations, and I'm being all antisocial to the live stream.
I'm
No,
just
that's
jealous
okay.
that you're wearing
That's okay,
shorts.
man.
How dare you wear shorts when I'm wearing pants? How dare you?
I'm sorry.
What's the time? It's not even 1 a.m. It's time to make another drink. There we go.
1:43.27 seconds.
I'll give you a recite.
12:43.
I'll tell you what that Oreo cookies one, because I've, like I say, I've got it memorized now. So
Oh, Lord,
one
you
thing
missed
I've got
much.
is a thing all called On the Case, and it's basically, you know, sometimes it's a rant, sometimes it's me being silly, you know. And so in this one, it's like, you know, and I just start. It always starts off with you know, hello there, and welcome to On the Case. And today I'm on the case of, and so this one is like on the case of Oreo cookies. Now I don't have a problem with cookies. I don't have a problem with Oreo cookies themselves. I hold them in a box. But what I don't like is the way that they dictate how you must eat them, how you got to twist them and you got to lick them and dunk them in milk. Well, brings up an interesting question. Why milk? Couldn't you dunk them in your tea or your coffee? Sorry, try again. Or beer. Or how about the blood of a virgin that was sacrificed in the common last Thursday? Well, I say no. I am the Oreo anarchist. I will eat my cookies the way that I want. And today, I'm going to meet them in the manner of the Cookie Monster. Cookies. Exactly what I did. It's, like I say, it's very short, punchy, but it works.
What's the next drink, Angry?
Sorry?
Asking what the next drink is.
I'm cracking some ice and I'm going to make a rum swizzle.
I'm drinking rum. I've had 2 rums. 2 rums and 2 beers. I don't know if I'm drunk.
Is rum sweet?
Sometimes. Depends on the rum you're drinking.
Rum is a sugar-based drink, basically. It's
made from molasses.
Distilled sugar.
Is
Yeah,
that why
you
how we
boil
have
down
rum?
sugarcane juice to make molasses and then distill that.
Okay, right. Because, like I say, I really am not one for cocktails. I really haven't
You don't
tried.
have rum in the UK. It's
I've had
too
one
cocktail.
cocktail type, and that's it. And I tried whiskey once, and I didn't like it very much.
Isn't it too cold for rum in the UK because of the snow and stuff?
Yeah, well, I had a pina colada a month ago, and you know, and it was nice. I hadn't had one for a long time since before then.
Before COVID, bloody COVID breakfast.
No, I was actually thinking a bit longer than COVID, like you know.
Who has the sirens? Who has the sirens?
Sorry, that's me. I live on near a main road.
It's probably somebody with COVID. COVID sirens.
But yeah. So I had one about 3 weeks ago. And
Yeah,
before that, the last pina colada I'd had, I was 9.
Are they starting to open bars like you can drink in pubs in the UK again? They lifted that restriction in the UK pubs, didn't they? You can drink beer at public places.
Well, what happened was that one of the sectors that's really suffered through COVID has been the hospitality sector. So, you know, hotels, bars, you know, restaurants and so on. And so the week that they released, you know, that you could go to a bar, but you couldn't go inside the bar. You know, there were seating areas outside and things. So I went to the Gay Village and in Manchester and had a pina colada. Well, actually, I had 2.
Are you fully vaccinated, Laura?
Not fully vaccinated. I will be fully vaccinated this time next week. Actually,
Have you had any side effects like Angry had?
Oh, I was really, really sick for 2 days. What happened was it was on a Friday afternoon, which ironically is what we're in now. So I had it done in the Friday afternoon, and it all was fine. And then I came home, and when it came time to go to bed, I was freezing. I just couldn't get warm. The heating was on, blazing. You know, and like I was literally shaking so bad. I was like this, you know, it was like I had really bad case of Alzheimer's or something. You know, I was shaking so much I just couldn't keep still. And so I tried going to bed, 2 duvets, freezing cold still after about an hour. And so I ended up thinking, oh, screw this. I got up and I had a hot shower, hotter than normal. And that warmed me up enough. And then I went to bed, and then I woke up the next morning with a fever, dripping in sweat, just roasting. And then I had another couple of cycles of that throughout sort of the Saturday and into Sunday. So I went to bed, you know, shaking again on the Saturday night, woke up boiling. And then at lunchtime, it went. That was it. I didn't have one of the. Normally when you've got like a cold or something, and you sort of slowly get better. There was no slowly getting anything. It just went. It was like I felt so awful in the morning, and then by lunchtime, it's like, oh, did I have the flu earlier today?
Was it similar for you, Angry?
I had middle of the night. I got the chills, and I was just saying in the stream the other day, I was like, I've got the chills, and there's a weighted blanket at the end of our bed, and I tried to pull it up, and I wasn't strong enough to pull it up, and I'm like, and so Mrs. Angry's like, okay, here you go. And I'm like, I'm too weak. Please put the weighted blanket on me. I need to. And I was just being super pathetic.
So would you say you had the chills and they were multiplying?
I was losing control. Yeah.
My mom had her second Astra on Monday. She didn't have any side effects, but she was tired.
I was very tired the next day because I didn't get very good sleep overnight. And I was still weak. Like in the morning, the weighted blanket, I needed it for a while because I had the chills. And then at some point I woke up and I was sweating like a little piggy under this weighted blanket. So I pushed it off me, but it was just piled up a couple of like layers deep and I couldn't move it any further. So I'm like, I forget that. And then in the morning, I'm waking up and I'm like, I got to push this weighted blanket out of the way. And I go, I'm not strong enough. I can't actually push the weighted blanket out of the way. So I waited for Mrs. Angry to get out her side of the bed. And I went, no, I have to get out your side of the bed because there's a big, scary, heavy weighted blanket on this side that I can't get past. And so I was really pathetic the next day because I didn't get very good sleep. But after that, I was fine.
I have cardiovascular issues and I'm waiting for Pfizer. So I don't know if cardiovascular equals blood clots, but I'm just being cautious about it.
And also because
you're a doctor for advice.
Yeah, Angry, you've seen me. I'm a young guy, but yeah, like
you're a young guy. Yeah, no. If you got cardiovascular and you're young, you just wait for a while. There's probably going to be Pfizer and Moderna available.
Yeah, I'm waiting for those. I'm not going overseas. My mom wants. Here's something you don't hear often in Western media. My grandma had her second Sputnik 5, and she feels fine. And my grandpa had his first Sputnik 5, and he feels fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now they did a weird thing in the UK because they spread out how long between the second dose.
In Australia, it's 2 weeks.
Well, that's what everyone else does. But in the UK, it's 12 weeks.
That's
AstraZeneca is 12 weeks here.
No,
Pfizer is like 2-3 weeks.
Angry, I heard Astra's 2 weeks. That's what I heard.
No. Because I got it and I got the instruction from the thing. Okay. It's 12 weeks.
Well,
and Pfizer is 2-3 weeks.
I actually think they played a really good game in the UK because by having it 12 weeks, it meant that a massive amount of the population was getting the first vaccination. The first vaccination gives you something like 75% or something like that, and the second one boosts it to 95 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so effectively, it meant that loads of people were able to get vaccinated really early, really quickly.
Yeah.
Because obviously everyone's getting the first lot. Everybody's getting the first dose. And then later they get the second. So, I actually got a letter today telling me I needed to make my second appointment, which I did the other day.
Angry.
Yes.
My mom went first to Astra 2 weeks, then flu shot 2 weeks, then Astra again 2 weeks.
That's not the recommended thing, but I'm glad that she's okay with that.
Yeah, she wants to see her parents. She hasn't seen them for like 2 years, so. And they're like they're 83 years old. So,
where do her parents live?
Crimea. I've told you that before.
That's right. No, I wasn't sure if they saw that. Yeah, no, but that's international travel. Still very difficult to organise whether you're vaccinated or not.
Yeah, the government has blood on their hands, especially with the dual Indian and Australian citizens. That's a bit sad.
Big time. But what I love about the vaccine is not just the first dose gets you between 70 and 90% protected from COVID, but it's close. There's been enough vaccines out in the world. They're quite confident that even a single dose of vaccine is very close to 100% guarantee that you won't get serious illness if you do.
You won't die from it.
Yeah, it's almost 100% sure if you contract COVID that you're not going to get serious illness. You're not going to end up in hospital.
But we're so lucky in Australia. Like Melbourne had that shit show last year, but we're so lucky up here, especially in regional areas.
Yeah,
you should have seen how much of a shit show ours was. So basically, what happened was you had old people that managed to get the virus.
We had that too.
And they ended up in hospital, and then they released them back into homes, even though they hadn't been vaccinated.
Yes, it's and that's where our biggest problem was in aged care as well. There were about 800 deaths in the second wave. And that's say, we in the entire second wave, we had about 800 deaths. And you get like the UK was getting more than that in a day. The US was getting like 5,000 deaths.
US is best up to the max.
We can only hope.
I blame that on Trump. It's on his hands.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm quite convinced that Trump lost the election because of his inept
COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Basically, he killed enough, Republican voters who generally tend to be older. You know, often people.
If no COVID, Trump would have shat on Biden. Trump would have shat on no COVID. Trump would have won his second term easily.
Yeah, I'm convinced of the same thing. Without COVID, Trump would have romped in the election, but he fucked up the COVID response so badly it cost him the election.
I was wearing masks
because of the numbers game, or the fact that he pissed off enough people by turning it into a political catastrophe.
Just his overall handling was so bad it cost him the election.
I was wearing masks in March because I pay attention to the international news, and I was wearing masks in March before Dan Andrews made it compulsory. I was like, I knew this was coming, and Australians a bit. No offense to Aussies, but you're a bit slow to international news and all that stuff. But it's got to get here sometime.
Where are you from, Safa? Sorry,
I'm an Aussie, but I was born in Russia and lived in Ukraine, so everywhere.
Oh, a fun place to live now then.
Yep.
Well, regional I call regional Victoria and regional New South Wales home, so we were lucky. Yeah, Shepparton, they got like 18 cases, and that's like the closest major centre to my place.
Yeah. At one point in the UK, we had over 50.
Sorry.
Bye, Nettie.
Good night, Nettie. You've got your microphone off, Nettie.
Sorry.
Bye,
I'm going
Nettie.
now. Suddenly tired. Good night, guys.
1 a.m.
See ya.
Yeah, at one point in the UK, we had over 1,500 deaths.
Yeah, UK was scary.
And just to give you an example of how shitty that is, they're at only 1,440 minutes in a day. So someone was dying.
I'm surprised UK was so shit. I thought UK had a decent hospital system.
Well, like I say, it's a decent system. Unfortunately, people just ignore the rules, and that was basically
selfish. Not saying that you're selfish, Laura, but I'm saying other selfish Brits. It's their fault.
There are too many selfish people. I mean, right now, they're opening things up. And there are effectively 3 categories of countries that you should go on holiday to.
The green
or
zone.
Go abroad to.
Australia would be a green zone.
Yeah, so, green, amber, and red.
Victoria had the same system for other states.
Yeah, well, now, there are people flying off to, Portugal and now Spain, as they've been allowed to. Why would anybody want to go on a foreign holiday right now?
Yeah,
everyone's vaccinated. Just stay home, do a staycation.
Spain was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just like, why risk it? Because the thing about it is, you may not be affected, but you may be a carrier. And
yeah, you don't know. And sometimes
you also might not get back home.
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling Mom. I'm telling Mom, hey, you want to see parents is fine, but you might wait a year to get home. Like, I'm not in India. I'm not in India. Who knows which country can stuff up next?
Exactly.
Well,
as
long as if it's a country with lots of white people, I don't think the government will close the borders.
Well, it is lots of white people, but but still, if it gets worse there,
it was an easy decision for the Morrison government to close the border to
China was
to
blocked.
India.
China was blocked
because it's full of they're racist.
No, but it was a good. I have to agree with him with China because that's where it started. But he should have blocked Italy too. The way we got him was from Ruby Princess and the Italian Formula One teams going to Melbourne, and that's how Melbourne got stuffed. Melbourne was from the Italian Formula One teams back in March last year, and Sydney was from the Ruby Princess. And if we blocked Italy like we blocked China, Melbourne would have been better than Sydney. But he didn't block Italy.
I'm going to do an Angry Aussie thing. I'm going to actually have something that I'm going to put in a wine glass.
A cocktail?
Some wine. No, just it's only 4.5%. I mean, I think tomorrow's first sample of urine from Angry Aussie will be stronger than this. So
is UK wine more expensive than Aussie? Why not? We're probably more expensive because we're Australia.
I don't know. Australian wine is good quality for relatively low price. But there's a lot of tax on alcohol in Australia as well. So
apparently sometimes it can have a bit of a smoky texture because of all your fires.
Not all the time.
Seriousness, yes.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna head off.
Oh, there we go.
In all honesty, I think I am too. Actually, it's 1 a.m. That's a pretty good night. 1 a.m.
Yeah.
So,
night, everyone.
Also, because Saturday night's not date night, I'll be doing another stream for Saturday night if anyone's interested. So
I'll join after Eurovision.
See you anon.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Thank you for joining us. Lovely
Thanks
to see
coming.
you, Laura.
Yeah, like
See
I say,
you later.
I got
I'm gonna-
online, and in less than an hour, I was here. So it's like, yeah,
Nice. All right.